巡り夕日に小さな影ひとつ響いてるあの日のあの歌がいつの日か消えゆく思い出は花のようにいつまでも継がれる思い出は螺旋のように何度も数えた涙が起こした奇跡忘れないどんなに辛い時もただ前を向いて歩いた道この空いつだって遠く高いけど鳥のように強く羽ばたいてWait. Stop breaking my stuff! Hello, we're in Japan! Hello! We're in Japan. It's me, Japan. I'm here. What do you mean crack? Where was the crack, bro? No, we don't endorse drugs on this channel, bro. I'm drinking my Rogue Energy, which is good. Thank you. Alright, I hope you guys had a good stream. Crack? No. Help. Hi, Japan. It's nice to meet you guys. Yeah, look. Japan. You know, I'm not gonna lie, this is actually pretty accurate to Japan, too. Like, Tokyo? What does that say? That says, I think, Kariya. Am I doing this right? Kariya. Something. I don't know. I can't read Japanese. Welcome in, everyone. How you all doing today? Maybe someone else can tell me what I said. Ow. Ow. My head. Down and down, down. Whoa. Gondor,
door.
Shelly one arrived.
Hold on, I gotta steal Man Bear's link real quick. If you want help, charity, ooh. There you go. I have pinned it. Don't forget, we're still doing a charity stream. This is the last day for me, but it's not, I don't think this is the last day. Is this the last day overall? I don't think so. I think there's still more days for the charity itself. Let me see. I should know these. I am an organizer. I organize things. The 13th is the last day. Saturday. Yeah, Saturday's the last day, but today's the last day for me. It's because today's my last stream. But wait, there's so much I have to tell you guys. Oh my gosh, I feel like I'm drowning in a good way to tell you guys. I will never not watch anime without subtitles. I watch English shows with subtitles. Why would I watch Japanese shows without subtitles? Why would I do that to myself? Talk to tomatoes. The heck are you talking about? Konnichiwa. Konnichiwa. Ohayou gozaimasu. O genki desu ka? Subtitles are, I honestly, maybe it's because I have a hearing problem. I love having subtitles. Now, don't get me wrong, there are times where I like not having subtitles on stuff just because I like to watch like the animation or the show itself, because I know if there's subtitles, I'm gonna read the subtitles. I'm not gonna look at the show as much. But I have also developed lizard syndrome, where I can look with one eye at the subtitles and I can look at the animation or the show with my other eye, so my eyes like completely disconnect. They're no longer synced up. That is a thing. Yeah, see? Man Bear gets it. Let's go! I look in different directions with my eyes. And trust me, it's worth training for. It's worth training your body to do. I don't actually know if that's possible. Ow. That's just not fuel. Can it be used as art background? Wait, what could be used as art background? I got a little. Also, Gundorf, I don't think I said the full thing. Gundorf, thank you so much. I kind of want to dance right now. Gundorf, thank you so much for being a VIP here at the clubhouse. Here at the clubhouse. That's us. Oh, I mean, this is good. Oh, yeah, but now the music's not on. No. Hold on, I got you. I like this song, I'm sorry. Okay, actually, Maestro, you joke about it, but I want to be in one of those memes. You know how they always have like songs like this and it's a meme, and then they have like a bunch of different compilations of people like dancing? I want to be in one of those. Put me in. Someone clip it. Put me in. You know, like one of those. You guys know the compilations I'm talking about. Yeah, I always have subtitles on, bro. Always. I like to know. Yeah, you know what's sad? I think. Wait, correct me if I'm wrong, because Isaac, I think you're on mobile, or anyone else on mobile, or anyone on PC. Do I have closed captioning turned on? I should have it turned on. It's not burned into my streams anymore. I used to have it, but it always got my words wrong because I don't know how to English. But I should have closed captioning at least built through Twitch. There's an option to turn it on and off in Twitch if you want it or not. That should be a thing. So let me know if that's there or not. Films have different audio mixing nowadays? What do you mean different audio mix? Oh, I see what you mean. Okay. I thought you meant like an art background. I was like, wait, what? Tokyo, yeah! Oh, yes. We are in Tokyo right now, and the reason why is because we're gonna do our Tokyo walking. I'm gonna do it later today, probably. when I get tired of animating, because that's gonna happen eventually, then we'll just chill for the rest of the stream and go walk through Tokyo. I have everything set up for it. I'm really excited. So I have everything ready. Hi, Bone Marrow. Hi, welcome in here. I did not say hi to everyone. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. Reko, Ryu, Senor Burrito, Miso, Shen, Cici, Man Bear. And said you were gonna why Maestro's trying to raid Zentreya earlier. Yeah. Odessa Miso Isaac and Maestro. I'm still scrolling down. Let me take a drink. Gundorf, thank you again, Gundorf. Kit Kat, Bone Marrow, welcome in everyone. Rim. Thanks for throwing a thing at me. Ow. I have it turned off, but it's available through Twitch. Okay, that's good. That's good. At least the option is there. I try to turn it off because when I'm on mobile, it takes up like, I don't even know, like almost half the screen, like maybe 1/3 of the screen. And I'm like, I would love to turn it off for mobile, but I don't know how. Yeah, the caption's on? Okay, good. That's good. At least the option is there. That's the important part. The option is there for people if they want it or if they don't want it, rather than forcing it. Yeah, Meister tried to raid Sashi. He really did. He really did. You're kind of hoping to raid? Wait, what? No! If I raided, then that would I wouldn't have a stream today. What would I do? I'd have to work on my NDA work then. No. Maestro made a joke about it, but for real? Okay, for those that don't know, Visojo put out applications for Visojo. And I'm gonna be real, I don't think anyone like me has a chance. I'm just being honest. But that's not the whole point. That's not the whole point. The big point about it is that I think anyone who's ever been interested in agency work or in general want to apply to things, I think it would be a really good opportunity to apply for, just to understand the application process, literally for experience. For experience about how applications go in general, experience on making, what I think they ask for a 2-minute intro video. So you get experience on making a video and you have the video now. So you could use that for other things as well. So it's made. Like I honestly, again, if anyone's ever wanted to take VTubing or, you know, all of this streaming stuff up a notch, I think it's nice if everyone just applies in general just for the experience. Just for the experience. You don't even really have to hit the submit button at the very end if you don't want. But it's the idea of getting experience about how to apply for these things and what companies are going to be looking for or what questions they might be asking. Now, it is different per company, of course. But in general, like, these are some things that literal, like, agencies or corporations for VTubers are going to be asking these questions. So it's nice to know what questions they might be looking for, so you can start thinking about these answers or shaping them, shaping the answers. So, like, if someone says, what kind of content do you make, and you have no idea how to answer that, or the content you make is maybe too broad, maybe this is the opportunity where you change the type of content you make. More so, again, still stuff you like to do, but more specified, so that next time someone asks you what kind of content you make, you know exactly what to say, because you've shaped what you make into a specific niche or category and stuff. So I just wanted to, since Maestro joked about it, I wanted to mention it, that, you know, if you've ever been interested in working like VTubing or streaming full-time, it's not a bad idea to at least check out the applications just to see like what questions are asked, what kind of things they're looking for. Again, it is specific to corporations or companies or whatever, so if you do the VShojo one, it's specific for VShojo, but in general, just thinking about it. And again, it's not bad to have an intro video. In fact, there was something that I saw that made me remember something that I saw like months ago. That I was like, you know what, I've been meaning to make one of these for the longest time. So I'm gonna look into making a media kit. If you don't know what a media kit is, it's basically like a thing that tells everyone in a very condensed image. It's literally just an image or a few paragraphs. And it tells people exactly who you are, what you do, what you've done in the past, who you've worked with in the past, stuff like that. And it's really good when applying for brands, companies, sponsorships, applying for things. So it reminded me, the whole Visojo applications thing reminded me of media kits, and I was like, you know, I really gotta make one of these. So if I ever really want to apply, especially like if I want to get merch and I want to apply, hey, I'd like to work with your company, I'll have that. Like, well, I guess that's not super duper, but it's still nice to have. If I want to apply for sponsors, if I want to apply for partnerships, it's good to have a media kit so they can immediately just look right at the media kit and be like, okay, this is the things you've done. These are the, like, all of the really cool things. So I want to make one of those. I want to make one of those. Oh, sorry, I went on a rant. Yeah. Hold, let me drink some more. Oh, she's doing it as, oh, that's really neat though, honestly, Maestro. That is really neat. Yeah, I heard Zen was having, Zen, I'm sure there's others, but Zen's been having a hard time with applications just because people are like pointing fingers. I don't know, a lot of drama. We don't really care about that. The important thing to take away from everything I said is if you've ever had an interest or you even just want to like, or you just want to see how it works, maybe, heck, maybe you want to be the next Visojo company. Maybe you want to be a company owner, a CEO owner. You still want to know like what ideas like that people in those companies have, like what questions, you know what I mean? I'm saying it completely wrong, but you know what I mean. It's all just a big like learning experience. And this is how people gain experiences, by putting yourself out there. So I think it's a really nice idea for anyone, even if you really, really don't believe you might make it in. That's not the important part. The important part is that you get this experience under your belt, so you can better shape your content and who you want to be as a content creator. And for the record, and I have to say this every single time I talk about stuff like this only applies to people who are looking to actually be like full-time content creators or make it their, you know, full-time, their job and stuff. If you have no interest in that, if it's all just a hobby, it doesn't matter. Do what you want. Just do what you want. Oh, man. I have to say it every time because there's always that one person that's like, yeah, but, you know, I don't care about, like, I don't know, I don't want to make it big, I just stream for fun. And it's like, that's great. Do that. Do that thing. No, does not apply to you. Oh, man. It helps you figure out how to market yourself. Exactly. Oh, that's another big thing. Marketing yourself. A lot of people have a hard, myself included, have a hard time marketing themselves because it's sometimes kind of hard to talk, you know, all these things about yourself. You have to make yourself look really good. Obviously telling the truth, don't just lie, but you have to say all the good things that you do, and sometimes it's hard for some people because they just aren't used to talking good about themselves, which is kind of sad to say out loud, but yeah. So it's good practice. It's all good practice all around. It's never a bad idea to take the chance. We should make, I would love that, Meister. Maybe today, are we doing anything tonight? Because I know tomorrow you have something, and Saturday, I want to tell you guys about that too. We're dancing, that's right, Weep-sama. Actually, I was dancing because we were dancing to a song earlier, but now it doesn't really fit this song. Good song though, just doesn't fit the dance. But we're talking about media kits, so like, experience, I don't even know. Here, hold on. You know, Warudo had a big update, and they organized everything, and I absolutely love it. I have to get used to it, but once I get used to it, I love all the organization that they added recently. Miku Miku Beam! Aw, she doesn't want a Miku Miku Beam. Miku Miku Beam! Oh, yo, her hands are so bendy! Okay, I'll just sit here like this. But yeah. So, like I said, we're gonna be working more on Tricky. I know, imagine that. Imagine working on the Tricky animation that I should have had done last month. We're gonna work more on that. And then we're gonna do our Tokyo walking stream. We're actually gonna walk around Tokyo. So I'm just standing around, but we're eventually gonna be walking around. I'm really excited for it. I would love to like walk in a virtual space like this. Would be really cool. And then I could tell you all about a bunch of this stuff. Like I've been to Japan. I was born in Japan, but I don't remember that. I left when I was 2. But then I went back to Japan kind of recently in 2020. And let me tell you, it was a lot of fun. Like, definitely, if you've ever been interested, I would highly recommend visiting sometime. I don't know personally if I would ever live in Japan. And Merc put it in a really good way early on his stream, where he mentioned, you know, visiting is really nice. You can visit for a while, but living there is like a completely different story. I feel like that with every country, though. like living, like America. If you ever want to visit America, I would always recommend visiting places, but to live in America is a very different story if you're from someplace like Japan or from Europe or anywhere. So it's definitely like a big difference, a stark difference in like the way everyone is, the culture. Culture shock, there we go. That's right, Rim. Yeah, the culture shock, exactly. Going through the process at least lets you see the vision as a company. Yes, exactly, exactly. Marketing oneself in this age of social media influencers and perfect looks as said creators in terms of their content or... Am I reading that right? Their content or their own look makes it harder to do anything. Did I read that correctly? I'm sorry, Weeb Salma. My brain kind of derped for a second there. I'm gonna take another drink. Yeah, look at my fingers. If I move really close to you guys, look at my fingers. That we're gonna ignore that. Don't think about it. Yeah, I had a brain dead moment. Sad thing is that there are more people with money to spare always have a huge edge over the tactical ones. You mean like people with money have what? Sorry, I think I get what you mean, but yeah, it's, I don't know, yeah. I was born in Japan. I'm not Japanese by birth though. I am Filipino, I'm Italian, German, and I'm Spanish. I have a lot of different, it sounds really weird to say, I have a lot of different Asian in me, but it's such a small percentage. I'm talking like less than 1%. That I just don't even really, I don't really count it. On the flip side, I have a lot more Irish in me than I thought. I think I have like somewhere between 5 to 10% Irish. And I'm like, wait. And that's because I found out a new story, a few years ago I found it out, but I found out a story about how my great-grandmother was actually adopted. So, but she was adopted, I don't know. It was, they didn't know for the longest time that she was adopted. So I was like, what? It's crazy, it's crazy. Big, I took a DNA test. And I know some of you complained last time I said that about how DNA tests are fake, but I like to believe they are pretty accurate considering they got close to what I believed I was. Because, that's what my mom is and my dad is. My dad took it too. My dad took it. I gave it to my mom. She never took it though. Yeah. Bendy fingers! That's how we draw. We have to draw with the bendy fingers. Worldwide phenomenon. I have family in Australia too. I've been in Australia. I stayed there for a while. That's where I got my ears pierced. Oh my goodness. I don't remember that either. I was like 6. Not 6 years, 6 months old. So I don't remember any of that. IRL, yeah, this is my IRL spelling lore. You guys get it for free for being amazing and completing our CFT goals. Oh, my balls! Hold on. For completing our CFT goals, you guys get a little bit of that AMA streamer lore. I'm 100%. I haven't heard that song in forever now. Aw, man. But, right, so, today we're gonna work on Tricky. See how far I get before I get tired, and then we'll go do our Tokyo walking. Tomorrow, I don't know exactly Maestro's plans, but I'm probably going to be in VR chat with Maestro tomorrow. But even more importantly, excuse me, I'm sorry. I'm gonna be on Saturday. What? No. Stop. On Saturday. I don't know why that was in caps locks. A Saturday, Maestro's doing a huge VR chat event. Now, if you don't know VR chat, it's a free-to-play game. You do not need VR, despite the name. You do not need VR. In fact, I'm not going to be playing in VR. But he's doing a huge event, starting around the same time we typically start, but on Saturday. So I just want to give him a little shout-out. Because, heck yeah. Be there or be square. Because I'm going to be there. I'm not square. I'm spelly. But I'm excited. So we're going to be playing VR chat tomorrow, and then all day Saturday? I don't know if that's the right word, but a lot of the day Saturday. Heck yeah. I'm so excited. So, again, if anyone wants to play or just hang out and watch we're going to be battling monsters. We're going to be traveling to different worlds. It's going to be a lot of fun. That'll be the big one's on Saturday. It's a big RPG game that we're doing. And on Friday, I don't really know the plans for Friday. It might just be like chit-chatting. He would have to tell us more about that, but I just wanted to mention, so I am gonna, Freud, I hope to see you there. Even if you can't make it, just like, I just want to see, I love Freud's avatar. I love Freud's avatar. Freud, I got a new chibi model. It's not, I'll show you, I updated my chibi model. I don't have it in VR chat, though. I'm too lazy to figure all that out again, because it's been forever. But look, wait. Look at the new chibi. I will be there. I'm so excited. Look at the chibi. Okay, ignore the pose, because it's a little broken. But look, I changed the hair a little bit, so the hair's not, like, going through the ground. Oh, I'm floating. Yeah! Wait. Okay, that's good enough. I changed the hair so it's not floating. I fixed a lot of things. Now this model in particular is still super broken because if I close my eyes, you can see it's pretty broken. But we're gonna ignore all that. I gave her little tufts of hair, and the hat is fixed, so now it's pink instead of see-through. And I'm too lazy to put it in VR chat because I'm so lazy. Little TV. The eyes are really you. Little eyes. But I thought it was so cute. Oh yeah, Freud has been playing VR chat a bit, and I really like Freud's model. He's so cute. No, my hat. Let's see. Let me go back. What are some other ones that you guys don't see very often? I guess you don't see the Christmas one often, but I'm supposed to add the beat. You know what? Let's do that this morning before we. Oh gosh, I was like inside the ground. I have to add the beach one to the redeemables because I have not added it yet. Oh, I still haven't fixed the beach one either because the mouth is still broken. I fixed it on my main model. I gotta fix the beach one's mouth. Oh, the amount of lazy that I am. It's not even lazy, it's just time. It's literally just time. Oh, the chibi form. Chibi. I have so many outfits. You know what? I bet you guys don't know this one. Well, some of you might. Yeah. This was before everything got broke. Wow, this one's perfect. She has the facial expressions and her mouth's not broken. Yippee! Aw, thank you guys. Thank you. What's with the pose? We're in the Miku Bean pose right now. Because I was too lazy to find the other one. Let's see if I can find it. See, this is a song I could dance to, though. To be alone. Spring. Oh, you want to see Spring Spelly? I can T-pose. Whee! Let's see, do I have the spring one? Miku Beam! I think I have the spring one. Spring is spelling. Huh? Oh, here it is. Here's my spring outfit. I don't think I ever put the facial expressions on this one, though. Ooh. Yeah, there's no facial. Oh, no, wait. Oh, she does have facial expressions. Yeah, she does. Never mind. I lied. Here's our spring outfit. But it's summer. It's summertime. Aggressive T-posing. Whee! I'm flying. Not yesterday. Not like the first day, though. I was, like, soaring. Like, twisted. So bad. No, I'm glad you... Who did that? I'm glad you guys like the outfits. We have so many. I just gotta, so many outfits. So little time. Yeah. Asserting dominance through T-pose. That's right. Yeah. But that's our plans for the next, couple days. So today... tomorrow and Saturday and Sunday we are supposed to be playing Persona 5. So, that'll be on the gaming channel though. I have not taken my vitamins yesterday. I should take my vitamins today. I did not take them yesterday though, so I feel kind of bad. Well, I could take the one pill. I don't know if I can take the other one because I need food. Hold on. Ah. Taking one is better than taking none. Mm. Oh, I'm glad you guys like the models. You should make a VR chat model sometime. Would you make it like Vroid? Or do you already have a 3D model? You just have to upload it to... just have to upload it to VR chat. It's easy to upload to VR chat, but it sucks once you start adding things like Hana Tool, like for my facial expressions, or adding like stuff on. It takes like... But overall it's pretty easy. Alright, we'll stick with our... Well, I can't T-pose. I guess I technically could T-pose while I work on Tricky. But let's switch over. If I can remember this one? Yeah. There we go. It's tricky, it's tricky. Alright. So, as you guys, if you did not know, this is what we have so far. She's coming along, but as you can see, it's just, I told myself, hey, if I do 1 frame a day, just 1 frame a day, I can get it done in like a week or so. And then I wound up not having time to do anything. So I'm like, you know what? Screw it. I guess we'll just spend a whole stream working on it. Until I get tired, and then we'll do the walking. Let's see if I can get my head in the game, though, because it's kind of hard for me to just jump right into an animation. Let me think. Ow. Oh, let me do my grade as well for the day. What is my grade for today? Why is my cap locks turned on? Oh, I was so close. Oh, 2. I was 2 off. Oh, man. You know what movie or show that I've been watching lately? This song kind of reminds me of a little bit. I've been watching, freaking Scott Pilgrim. Scott Pilgrim, the animated one on Netflix. It's a good one, too. It's just, it's not really something I expected myself to watch. I'm defeated. Oh no, Bunny. How you doing today, Bunny? Are we working together? I cannot wait for you guys to see this thing I've been working on. Not this one. Well, I can't wait for you guys to see this one. I can't wait to see this one. But the thing I can't stream. I'm so excited. You guys gonna be like, what? I'm gonna be like, what? Ah, that's no worries. I hope it's a good filming session. Heck yeah. You know what game I just picked up yesterday? It starts with a K. Kukuro?
I officially have it. It's mine. Yeah.
Oh, I just remembered that because as soon as I started stream, it hit 1 o'clock my time, which means the Steam sale is officially done. I just realized that. Beans. Mine's so clean. I'll give you a secret. It's because I don't have any pressure. Pen pressure. Yeah, it should be done by now. Because it ended... Let me see. Store page. Yeah, no! The Steam sale's over. That's why earlier, for those that were in the Discord, earlier I was asking about the specific game for learning Japanese. Because the Steam sale was ending today. And I was like, I don't know, this is like the last game that I was looking at. And I don't know if I should pick it up. I wound up not picking it up. But the Steam sale is officially over. Many more sales to come. It's true, it's true. More sales will come in the future. I feel like they have a sale every week or two. But it's usually like a specific company or something. This one's like the big one. But don't they have one in fall? I know they have the winter sale, but don't they have like a fall, autumn sale or something?
Yeah.
Always asserting dominance. The dominance. Yeah.
We did it. We did it. Yeah.
Hi, Sick Ripper. Oh, today's Thursday. I didn't even think about the fact that today's Thursday. Oh, snap. How's your Thursday? How's everyone's Thursdays? I don't know why. For some reason, I thought today was like Tuesday or Wednesday. And the funny thing is, I literally said earlier on stream, hey, tomorrow's Friday, and we're gonna be doing this on Maestro's stream. I didn't even think about it. I really, my schedules... I've been having a lot of fun scheduling things lately. Not a lot of fun trying my best to stick to the schedules, though. Like, it's okay if things go off for, like, a day or like certain things have to get moved around. But for everything to constantly get moved around, that's not really a good thing, because then why am I scheduling anything? I think that's why some people don't do schedules, is because sticking to schedules is a bit tough. I think it works with some people and it doesn't work with some people. But it happens, you know?
Thank you, Cinema, at all.
Eating chicken dinner. Ooh, right now? Oh, that sounds really good. Yum. Second Wednesday. It's true? Honestly, Claire? Fair? Don't worry, for a lot of people, Thursday's almost over, at least in terms of work. And then Friday is the last day of the week, and then the weekend. Ignore. T-posing. We got a T-post to assert dominance today. It's all about dominance.
Yeah.
We're dominating the day. First today in the world. I don't know. I don't know if I would honestly want to rule the world, you know? I feel like that's so much work. It's a lot. Honestly, it sounds like it's sitting around and, like, trying to delegate things, and you spend your whole, like, every day. Every day you spend not for yourself. You get no days to yourself anymore. It's literally all about everyone else at that point. And that's a lot of work. You feel? Thank you for her pat. If you're fine delegating, then it's not too much work. It is, though, because it's like project management, but for the world. So, it's a bit different, but project management is so much work. Even if your only job as the manager is to delegate tasks, there's so many tasks. And the thing is, you don't just delegate. You stay on top of everyone else's task, which means you tell people, okay, you're gonna take care of the farming. You're gonna take care of the I don't know. Just a really random example. But then you have to stay on top of it too. So if people have questions for you, you have to be able to answer them, or you have to know the people who have the answers for them. If people need to come to you for any kind of guidance, you have to know how to do certain things. Maybe you don't have to be an expert at it, but you have to at least know where to find information for certain things. If someone's running behind on something, you need to get on them. You have to be like, hey, this is due by this day. I'm just, making sure that it needs to go down, Delegate someone to delegate for you. Even finding someone to delegate for you. That's how the chain of command comes in businesses. Do you think the CEO takes care of, they watch everything? They don't. They have people that watch things for them, but they still, at the end of the day, people are still reporting to them, and you're still on top of, or you have to be on top of everything. And the biggest thing, just like with presidents, the biggest thing is you are responsible for everything. It doesn't matter who you delegated to do what. It will always come down to you. You will always be responsible for everything that happens. That includes the bad and the good, but the best part about it is no one cares if you do good things. They only want to blame you for the bad. It goes on, the list goes on and on. So I don't know, ruling the world Ruling the world does not really sound very fun. Now, granted, I don't want to be ruled, meaning if I had to choose between being someone who is being ruled by someone or being the ruler, I don't know. I am more sheepish than I am leader status, but I don't really like the idea of being told what to do constantly either. I'll be a part of the rebel, the rebellion for whoever rules the world. Even though I don't want to be the one to rule the world, I'll just be a part of it. No. But I'm gonna put it to you like this might sound pretty bad. I feel like at the same time, there are some people who kind of need that guidance. They need that ruler. Ruler is not the right way to word that, but they need someone to guide them to do stuff. Some people do. Not everyone. I'm down to overthrow. A bit of an anarchist. Jeez. A leader, yeah. Some people really need a leader. Like, they I don't know. To take charge, especially as you get more and more people together. So, like a school, for example. Imagine a school without a principal, without anyone like at the top, taking care of things. Where imagine it's just teachers and just students. That would be chaos. You like the end of the base Persona? No spoilers though. Okay, okay. Wait, why base Persona compared to Persona 5 Royal? Or just in general, you mean Persona? Helping people work together. Coordinators are cool. Hold on, let me fix this real quick. I'd love to be a project manager one day. I just want to try it, but I don't want to ask for money for it, but I also can't afford to do it for... I mean, I could afford to do it for free as long as people aren't in huge rushes. But I'd love to try project management to try it. I think I'd be really good at it. I'm not really much... Okay, here's where I think I wouldn't be super good at it, though. I'm not super good on conflict. Or confrontation. There we go. Which is not super good as someone who's supposed to essentially... I have to be on certain people to do certain things. Like, I'm great at organizing, but... An event organizer, maybe. But I'm not the best at staying on top of other people to do their job. Oh. STEM reason. Oh my goodness, the room. M. Bison? What is that? Oh, okay, Isaac. That makes sense then. Yeah, confrontation can be tough. Now, here's another thing though. I'm perfectly fine with confrontation if it's for someone else. If it's for myself, I typically don't. But if it's for like a friend or something, then I do.
Newt Newt! Hi, Pingu! Hello! How was the stream? Hello, Raiders! My name is Spelly. I am your headmistress witch on Twitch, and I do art and amputations. Like these. much for the raid, Pingu. Tell us how it went. Tell us, did you?
I know, I know that's a really heckin' long game. Have you been playing main story? Or have you been doing a bunch of side stuff lately? Oh, you finished it! Oh my gosh! I was literally just joking about how I think it's such a long game. And I didn't think you'd finish it. Holy crap. Oops, I take it back. That's incredible, Pingu. Let's go. Let's go. Heck yeah, here, here's what we're going on right now. Ah, that's really cool to hear, Pingu. And honestly, Claire, I would love to, if anyone was debuting anytime, I'd love to, I was mentioning I really want to go into project managing just to try it out. So if anyone here is thinking about debuting and they need something like a project manager, I would absolutely love to try my hand. I'd love to try my hand. As a debut manager. Ah! I will drink right now. I'm glad to hear you were able to finish it though. Heck yeah. Thank you for the save. I'll drink right now. Ow. It looks like such a fun guy. I was watching Pingu play for a little bit. All I remember vividly is him going into there was like a club that had a bunch of like pink all over it, and there were like really big booba ladies. And I was like, all right, I see. And I had to walk away to do work. But no, I remember he went up. Soap club. Is that what it's called? The soap club. Wait, why is it called the soap club? He bought a magic wand. Oh wait, a magic wand? Like a legit soap land? Soap land? Oh, I see. I'll happily take your tips. If I have any tips. Now, maybe debut isn't exactly the best thing for me to do, because honestly, I have not debuted myself. But the big thing about it is mostly just organizing all the artists and all the assets and everything. I was thinking more of like if I want to do wedding planning, I've never gotten married before, but I think I could do wedding planning as long as it's a matter of just staying on top of everything, making sure you have a checklist of all the things that you want or your client wants, and staying on top of, okay, let me make sure I have the flower person, I have the decor person, I have the places booked, all this other stuff. So that process or that thought process, but then putting in for debut. So make sure you have all the assets, the model, the rigging, if I had to get on them. Of course, I wouldn't be mean or anything, but just the idea in general is just keeping everyone connected in a loop, in touch and stuff, and making sure things are processing smoothly, so it takes the stress off of the VTuber who is to debut, and so they can focus on debuting, making their own stuff, making their own content, planning things out for themselves, and not have to worry about all the rest of that. That'd be my job. That kind of thing. I'd love to do that kind of thing. It's a massage place. Is it really a massage? What? Oh. If you have to do any post-stream self-care, I completely understand. We're just dating right now. But I super heckin' appreciate the raid. Thank you. And Shandekelzen and Zenith de Umbreon. Thank you so much for becoming club members here at the clubhouse. I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you.
Thank you, thank you.
I'm sorry. Today I've been having a brain day, so pronunciation is not my thing. I actually, believe it or not, I have pretty good pronunciation sometimes. Today's not that day, though. Bass massage. I've never been to a spa before. I would like to one day. I've never done a sauna either. I've never done a sauna. Soap lands are like Japanese massage parlors. Known for being more than massages? They tend to be soapy? Wait, are we talking about like legit massages? That's right, we're T-posing. Welcome in, Rutro. Hi, Raccoon. We are so close. We are so close to the Terrasona. I feel like right now the industry has a lot of inexperienced folks offering. That's also true. That's also true. Unfortunately, Claire, I would be one of those inexperienced people until I gain experience, but I'm not gonna lie, I'm gonna put it like this. Even if I don't charge for my services, I'm still inexperienced. The only way I can get an experience is if I go out there and do it. Someone basically would have to be willing to trust me on it. I'm really good at organization, but I've never really done project management. Thank you for the save. Project management before. Massage places, but they're also brothels? Isn't brothels the place where people do the sex? Or am I thinking something else? I hope I'm not. Or is it like just people that go with you outwards? Oh, it is the sex. Okay, never mind. Did you?
No, are you?
I don't think so. Why? My dad's talking to me. Okay, do you know what a brothel is?
Brothel?
Yeah.
Brothel's a whorehouse.
Oh.
Right.
Someone was talking about brothels in my stream, and I was like, I don't know what a brothel is.
Brothel's a whorehouse.
Oh. That was my dad, sorry. Yeah, so they do the sex. Wait, that's a massage parlor that does the sex? Is that what you're saying? What? My arms are gonna fall off. No, I'm exercising. It's the hardest exercise of my life. I just T-pose while I draw. Oh my goodness. You'd love to go to a spa? I'd love to go to a spa that's not the sex one. Just a regular spa. Like, do they have normal spas? I would like that. I want to go to a sauna one day, too. A lot of people learn together and figure things out. Exactly, exactly. So maybe I'll ask. I'll ask around. Maybe. I also feel really bad because I don't want to fail anyone either, you know? But I don't know how it works. I am inexperienced, as you said. The bounce and bed game. Oh my goodness. The horizontal. Why are there so many different words for this? Romeo. Wherefore art thou, Romeo? Thank you so much for becoming a club member here at the clubhouse. I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. I'm learning today. I've heard the word before, but it had the word bro in it, so I thought it was something else, but clearly it's not. Can you T-pose while holding buckets of water? No, I'm not Mulan. Would love to try, though. But no, I can T-pose. Here, I'll T-pose IRL. I can T-pose like this for maybe a minute. Maybe, rough maybe. But I'm already tired. Well, I kind of want to work too, but... I feel like there's something... Oh. I was like, I feel like there's something in my slipper, but it's like the tag for the company. The company tag. It is super a workout. Super, super. Brothels for the bros. I saw the word bros. I thought it was like... Do you guys know what a Chippendale is? I learned that word the other day, too. I thought a Chippendale was Chippendale Rescue Rangers. The freaking chipmunks, I think they are. It's not. There's an actual word called a Chippendale. I did not know that. I hope that's not a bad word either. I don't think it is, though. I don't know. I've been learning a lot of English lately. You think you know a language, but then you really don't. Is that why they say English is one of the hardest languages? You know what's crazy? I've been trying to look into learning Japanese lately. Okay, granted, if you're not really used to using characters like the Japanese characters, it is a steep learning curve. If instead you're used to using like ABC, you know, yada yadas. But I've been trying to learn Japanese, but people say... Oh, my alarm's going off. People say that English is the hardest language to learn, but I don't know. Have you seen Chinese? That looks intimidating. That looks intimidating. And I only know because they have some Chinese characters in the Japanese language. So I don't know, bro. They can say what they want. Now, granted, yeah, I'm a native English speaker, so of course English, it's just how I was raised. So I guess it would be hard if I wasn't raised English. But I don't know. I look at some of these other languages and I'm like, I don't... Like, there was another one I was trying to learn the other day. Not that I was trying to learn it, but I was listening to it. And it was it Dutch? It was something like Dutch. I don't think it was Dutch, but it was something like Dutch. And the way things are pronounced, even French. I'll take French. Sorry, French. The way things are pronounced in French. What? Huh? I don't. How? Huh? I don't know. Again, I'm a little biased because native English speaker, so. But someone saying that English is the hardest language, I don't know. I see some of these other languages, I'm intimidated. I'm intimidated. Hi, Zads. Foreigners say English is the hardest for them to learn. I think another big thing is that foreigners I can't say have to, but a lot of foreigners learn English because English is just, it's not universal per se, but it is the closest thing I can think of to universal, right? And so a lot of different countries have English classes, like they have it in schools and stuff. But you also don't need to learn Chinese or Japanese, for example. So for someone to say, you know, English is the hardest because they have to learn it, you know, in schools or whatever. The same way that we had to learn Spanish, or I think I had Spanish or French or Chinese were the three choices I had in school personally. That's what I mean. It's like most people wind up having to, for some reason, one way or another, have to learn English in schools. So it makes sense that they might say it's the hardest because they didn't have to learn any of the other languages. It's just English and whatever language they speak and stuff. They don't try all the other languages. So I can imagine why people say English is the hardest. And it might be. It honestly might be the hardest, but I don't know. I think it's just because a lot of people have to learn English that they say it's the hardest, as opposed to they don't have to learn any of the other languages, you know? But who knows? I'm just basing it basically off of majority. I am T-posing. Welcome in, PC. What I missed, we're ranting about how people say English is the hardest language to learn, and I've been trying to learn Japanese lately, and I'm like, I don't know. Granted, I'm so biased because I'm a native English speaker, but I don't know. It is the dominant language, it's true. It's the hardest depending on which you grew up with. Yeah, that's also true. Like, if I grew up learning Chinese first, because Chinese, I honestly believe Chinese is extremely hard. If I grew up learning Chinese first and then I tried to convert to learning English, I imagine that would be so hard because they're completely different characters, completely different alphabet and everything. And it's like, oh goodness. That's why it's hard for me to learn Japanese, because the characters are like very wildly different in terms of the way they're written and the way, you know. And we got ads. You know what? This is the perfect time. I actually have to pee really fast. So I'm gonna try to pee. I'll probably be back before the ads are done, but I have to pee right now, so I'm gonna pee. I'll be right back and then I'll catch back up. Ear.
I have done the P. And back.
You must learn one way or another. It's true. Some people say exposure learning for a language is a way to go about it. I'd be a little scared, but I also understand. Hi, Marine Boy. You'd say Danish because they need to sub their own movies. There's a language. I don't remember which one it was, but there's a language. I'm sure there's a lot of them, but there's a language where you could say a sentence and all of the words, like you could say fish, 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 fish. And all of those would be completely different words, and I don't understand. I don't understand. Japanese is the hardest for Western to learn? I wonder why. That also makes me wonder, again, with the idea of what I said earlier, maybe it's because a lot of Westerners are trying to learn Japanese as compared to any of the other, what is there? There's Korean. Korean's another one that's hard because I tried learning Korean as well, and I was like, I got so lost immediately. I was like, oh gosh. And then again, I bring up Chinese because the characters that are used, specifically in what was I learning? Mandarin? There's so many lines in a single character. I'm sitting there like, ah. Oh my goodness. At least in I want to say Japanese, like hiragana is very easy. And after hiragana, I wish most things were just in hiragana. Hiragana in some forms. I get that you need some kanji, especially for other terms outside of Japan. Katakana's hard. Harder. It's not super hard. Kanji's the hardest because that's the one that has like thousands, right? But I'm so bad at memorizing. Yeah, Rim is well-rounded. Hi, Animon. Yeah, we're in the spring outfit. We were mentioning spring earlier, even though it's summertime. If you know Spanish is easier to pronounce Japanese words? I wonder if that has something to do with the way Spanish is, where like when you pronounce something, it's pretty much pronounced how it's written. The same with Japanese, but Japanese again is in different characters. Now, if you know the Romanji of any word, did I pronounce that right, Romanji? If you know that for any word, you can almost pronounce Japanese pretty well. There's a couple things that might be like, you might be like, oh, how do I pronounce that? But for the majority of it, it's very easy to pronounce Japanese if you have the Romanji. If you don't, then it's hard to, well, for me, it's hard to memorize everything. Hi, Jeannie. I love this song. Something about the melody to it right here. Something about that. It's really nice. Groot. Wait, is that how Groot... Wait, but isn't that like Pokemon at that point? Where Pokemon just say their names? I'm not sure if that's like the same at all. Thank you, Viso. Oh no. It's the way you pronounce it. Fish. Fish? Fish. 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 I don't know. It's tough. Yo. People often have a hard time pronouncing the R, but if you roll the tongue, it's very similar. The R in Spanish. When I try to speak Japanese, I also mix it with Spanish. Konnichiwa, mi amigo. Hello, my friend. Oh, man. The R in Japanese? Wait, there's an R in Japanese? Oh. I was thinking of the other letter. My bad. I was literally thinking of L. You can't roll your R? I was told that for someone that can't roll their R, to try saying ada really fast. Like ada, 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 ada. I don't know. Ada, 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 ada. No, it's not working for me though, so I don't know. There's a bee. No hablo n- ni nihon. No. Help. Help. Ada. Exactly, ada. But it's not helping me roll my R's. I mean, granted, I know how to roll my R's, but I'm not hearing it, you know? Ada. Nihongo.
Yeah.
Si, yes. Ow! Yeah, if there's one language that I know better, not better than English, but if there's one language that I know best second to English, it would be Spanish. And that's just because I don't know. Not to say that I know Spanish, for the record. But I can understand. I feel like that's with most people. They can understand it a lot pretty easily. And it's all the schooling. At the up at the roll, the tongue goes back in the mouth. Ada. You know what I dislike? I dislike, which I'm doing right now, kind of. When someone asks you how to do something, or vice versa. When you ask someone how to do something, like, for me, it's whistling. How do you whistle? And every time I ask someone how to freaking whistle, they just start whistling in my face. I'm like, okay. You're not teaching me how to whistle, though. Every time. This is my best whistle. I don't know if my microphone will pick it up, but this is my best whistle. One. That's my best whistle. Which is not bad, but I can't change the tone of it. My dad is a pro whistler. He's a pro whistler. And every single time I ask him how to whistle, he just whistles. I'm like, bruh. Oh no. French and Spanish were pushed more in the US for geographical reasons. Oh, because Canada and Mexico? Spanish is fairly common. Exactly. I feel like Spanish is soon gonna overtake... I don't know if that's the right word to say it. I was gonna say, I feel like Spanish is gonna overtake English, but probably not. But it definitely is. I want to say Spanish is the second most common language. I want to say that, but part of me is also like, but there's... Being someone who is Filipino, I see a lot of Filipino people. But it's probably still Spanish. It said it will permiti to Spanglish. Oh. You love Ed and Eddie. Ed and Eddie. Do. Wait, they do the whistle at the end, right? Or does... Wait. Do they whistle in that song at all? They whistle the whole... Wait, the whole song's a... Oh my goodness. I didn't know it was a whistle. I probably put the whistle out of my head because I was like, I don't know how to whistle. That's not whistling. Bro, I wish I could whistle. And I've been since I have learned how to whistle. I just still... Let's see. just blowing air out of my mouth. I have learned how to whistle since, but as you can tell, it's not but just gotta practice, you know? I don't know, it's one of those things that would be neat. I'm not really, like, crying about it, but yee. What are some other things that people can learn that are really cool? You know what I found out you can't learn? You can't learn how to bend your elbow backwards the way some people do. You can, however, learn how to be flexible, but not that flexible. That's, like, built into their genes. I can't do that. Yeah, there are some, like my dad, there are some people that can make extremo whistling sounds. And then there are people like my old coworker who are able to whistle using like a leaf or something. Hi Vexus, welcome in. Someone with those jeans? Yep. Wait, which one were the jeans? Oh, the elbow jeans. Oh, I'm a little mad. I'm sorry, Oz. Did I ever tell you guys about the time I went to do a talent show? And I did singing for the talent show, and I placed second place, and I was second place to someone who was able to bend their elbow backwards. And I was like, I feel kind of bad. I guess my talent is not as good as their talent. Bent elbow. Yeah. Some people could do that. Yeah, double jointed. Your coworker says you're super flexible when you stretch your back. The flexible. Bunnies are flexible, right? Makes sense. Sorry, I think I messed up on this part. Let me fix it real quick. You know, I love Tricky's other model too. Completely unrelated, but she has another model something about her dreams and stuff. That model is gorgeous, and I love her accent whenever she uses that model. Wait, what? Thank you for the save. Wait, was that a hydrate? Sorry, I messed up a lot on this neck part, so I'm trying to fix it real quick. Okay. The only way I could whistle is the Taco Bell tongue behind the teeth. I don't know, I can't push that hard when I do it that way. They're probably in pain now. No. Aw. No, I was a little salty because it's the idea of, you know... I don't know if they had done something really cool with that ability. Like, if they were like, hey, not only can I bend my elbow backwards, but I can, like, do the hokey pokey. I don't know, just spin myself around. You know what I mean? Just example. Then that would be different. But literally, that's all they did was bend their elbow backwards, and then they won a talent show. And I'm like, I guess being born is a talent. Because they were born that way. They were born to be able to do that. Oh, well. I'm being a hater. Bunnies are many things. It's true. Bunnies. I like Rim's vocal range. It's very nice. Something with voices, if you ever want to go into voice acting or something similar, something when it comes to voices is just a bunch of experimenting. Like, if you've ever thought, man, I wish I could do that voice, just experiment. Because you might be able to, it just might be yourself holding you back. Yourself holding you back. Maybe you've always wanted to do, like, Toad voice. You might be able to do it, too. It's just you don't know you can do it because you haven't tried it. You know? Oh my gosh, the sweater is beautiful. It's so beautiful. The Southern Belle, and the Southern Belle voice is gorgeous. I watched her in Vex, like, just chatting. I want to do something like that. Just a chatting stream with friends. And, like, we have, like, a little theme like that. Because I saw someone else doing, like, a car driving one. Where it was, like, three VTubers in a car. And they were just chatting while driving. And I would love to do something like that. Maybe I will set something like that up. Just, like, a chill day. To just hang out. But, like, have, like, a cool little theme. Like a beach party. Or, I don't even know. We could all have beach outfits if we all have beach outfits. Stuff like that would be really cool. Hold on. My brain. Hold on. Hold on, let me focus for like all of 2 minutes and then I will... Cause I messed up over here. Like, I know why I did it, but at the same time, it doesn't really fit the model. Oh. It's a really thin neck. Hold on, let me think. Let me just... Hold on one sec. Almost done. Actually, no, I'm gonna... Almost done. Okay. I think that's a lot better. Okay. Advent, welcome in. Thank you. It's our spring outfit. So ironically, it's not even our summer outfit, but the southern, isn't it great? Her southern accent is so beautiful. Did I say Taco? Did you say Taco Bell? You meant to say Taco Bell, right? I like Taco Bell. Hi, Aokuni, welcome in. Sorry, I had to focus for like a minute or two there. Because I was like, I messed up somewhere, and I was like, let me just really quick fix that. She has a fairly bass voice? What is a bass voice? Like a deep voice? What would you say my voice is? Rest your voice, don't push your... Yeah, that's true. For sure, if possible, get yourself a vocal coach to help you with these things. If you really want to go into voice acting, it's not that it's necessary, like, 100% you need to have a vocal coach, but if you can afford one, it would help. The demon voice, aw. Welcome in, hello. I'm sorry if I'm gonna say this wrong again. Urse? I'm sorry, my range is range today. I know I said it right, like, there's no way I said it. Did I really say it? Nah. A nice growl? Growling. You're all good, thank you. Older sister? What? You think I sound like an older sister? Yours is also alto? I am very alto, for sure. At least when singing. I don't know, I've always felt like I have I'm not trying to knock myself or anything, but I always felt like I had an annoying voice. Not like in a bad way, but annoying as in like... This is not a super pleasant voice to listen to for hours. I definitely don't... Oh my gosh, you want to talk about good voices or even radio voices? Freaking Maestro. We all know that, though. We all know that. Even Isaac has a really good voice. Have you guys heard Isaac's voice? Hello? Yeah, oh my god, stretch. Yeah.
Aw, thank you, Advent.
It's been a good stream so far. We're just chilling. We're just working on Tricky. I really want to finish this. I don't think I'll finish it today, but I really do want to finish it sooner than later. Urs? Urs. Okay, Urs. I'm gonna put that in my OBS. You can set nicknames. Check this out. Ready? No, if I type Urs like URS, it's gonna come out. It's gonna come out yours for me. How do I remember? How else do I remember that? Earth. Also, thank you. I feel like I know this song. I do. I'll put it in for now. Hopefully I will remember this way. It's the go-to joke. I see. Welcome in. We're just talking about... Oh, Neichan, no! Do I really sound like the older sister? We're talking about voices. Specifically, I was talking about Tricky and how she has her other model. And then she has like that Southern Belle voice with the other model. It's gorgeous. And then we're talking about voice acting. Oh, man. Some people have such varied voices. You know what I mean? Like, they could do so many different voices. It's so cool. For some reason, I don't like these lines. Hold on. I think it's because I don't like this. Ooh, ah. Yeah. Okay, there we go. Urs has a good voice too, Whirl. Yeah, Isaac has a good voice. I haven't heard Urs's voice though. Hold on, I'm moving in my chair. Okay. Classic radio voice, doesn't he? Maestro's voice is great.
Hey.
Thank you,
My name
Rim.
is Asai Farah, and you should be following Spelly. Like, what are you waiting for?
Ah, hey girl, hey.
So I don't have a commanding voice, but I have a comforting voice. Are we all in agreement? Are we all in agreement that I have a comforting voice? I don't. And a contagious laugh. That sounds deadly. I don't want to hurt anyone. Ah, animating buddies! Animating together. Heck yeah.
We like to animate in this household.
Ah, thank you, Urs. I think sometimes I can have a nice voice. I feel like I also yell a lot. I'm sorry. I feel like I yell a lot, and then it's like, oop. Oh, my bad. You do deeper and cursed voices? There was someone who made a tweet. Here, I can link it to you guys if anyone wants to reply to it. There was someone who made a tweet recently and it was like, hey, put your, like, reply to this tweet. Who knows? It might have just been engagement farming. I don't think so, though. It was like, reply to this tweet if you are interested in going into, like, indie voice acting. So, if you're just looking, you're probably not going to get paid for it, they said. But if you're just looking to, like, get yourself out there and do some voice acting, like, stuff. Let me see if I can find it. Wait. reply to it on this account? Oh gosh. I have too many accounts, bro. Why do I do this to myself? Oh no, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to find it now. I talked to too many people on Twitter. No. Here it is, here it is, I found it. This one, if anyone would like to reply. It was only 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 4 days ago, so that's not too long ago. If you guys want to check, I mean, it's entirely up to you, but voice acting. Oh, does Isaac have a deeper voice? Isaac has a deep, deep voice.
Aw.
Fitting?
Oh, thank you, Isaac. Whee!
You know what the sad? I don't know if this is sad. I don't think sad's the right word, but you know what else? This is how I talk in real. I mean, you guys hear me when I talk to my dad, right? This is how I talk in real life too. To people. The story voice. Aw. Aw, you too. Cute. If yelling was this, yeah, I tend to yell a lot. Oops.
Aw, Advent, thank you.
Thank you. I've never really thought about it too much. Like, it's not that I was like, oh man, my voice sucks. But I also didn't really think about it. I wasn't like, oh man, do I have a good voice or not? It's an interesting thing to think about for sure, though. I would love to try voice acting one day. I have voice acted in a video game. But no one will ever be able to play that video game because it was for a college assignment. It was called, I tell you guys about it all the time, it was called Shadow over London. And I played a construction worker who cursed a lot, so I had to curse a lot. Very interesting. I literally sat there. There was one line where they were like, it was a line where you had to scream as if you were on fire. And so I could not do that in my apartment because I was living with roommates at the time. I couldn't do that in my apartment because if I did, my neighbors would sit there and they would be like, 911? So I had to do that in my car. I had to sit in my car and scream at the top of my lungs as if I was on fire. Good times, good times.
How go food? Nom 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 nom.
Consistency is key. Very easy to pick up from a crowd? Ooh. Anna, welcome in. How did the rest of your charity go? I know it was like weeks ago now. Oops. We're actually, the funny part is we're doing a charity stream now. We're doing, for a charity stream for CFT, Cystic Fibrosis Trust.
Yay!
Although we have completed our goals, thank you guys again so heckin' much. We have completed our goals, so if anyone is looking to donate, highly recommend donating using the link that is pinned. I will repost it in case anyone wants to see. So not the link that's in the command, but the link that's pinned. Because the link in the command is my link, but the link that's pinned is Manbear's link. So you guys can help Manbear with his goals as well. I have a hair. There we go.
Yay, charity!
Finally, while I'm not at work, I feel that. I've been working hard lately. Working hard or, wait. Horking Ward or Wardley Horking? 911 for real sketchy. Aw. It's true. I think the best thing about voices is that a lot of people have really unique voices. But I think a lot of people hear maybe they hear their voices too much and they just don't think that they're very unique. But there's so many different types of voices too. Like, for example, you're definitely never too old to go into voice acting. Because there are people who need older voices. And granted, there are people who can simulate older voices, and that's fine. But then there are some people who are just simply older, and so they have that older voice sound. Thank you for the save.
It has saved. Eee.
I really like, what is this, Rex Orange County?
Best friend, baby. You're gonna wanna be my best friend. Wee.
You love making older person? When I make older person voices, I kind of sound like I'm being rude. I don't even mean it to sound rude, it's just supposed to be like a funny older voice. But every time I do it, it just sounds like someone who's like, like, wasting away, like, as they're speaking, just fading away. Hi, Marine Boy! On their deathbed, for real. Exactly, Oz. You know what I learned the other day, too? Meister taught this one to me. He taught me... Oh, sorry, hold on. He taught me that people who... people's voices, especially when singing, but people's voices can sound super different just based off of their facial structure. I was like, what? So depending on, like, the way your jawline is, depending on the way your nose is shaped,
Your little nosy.
Wait, I messed up. That kind of stuff can determine how you sound in voice and in singing. I did not know that. I did not know that it was based... So if someone gets plastic surgery, they might wind up sounding pretty different. Or, you know, vice versa. Not vice versa. Or someone, like, gets into a fight and they break their face. I'm sure it's resonance, yeah. Exactly. So I was like, whoa, I did not know. But that's not to say that some people, depending on their face, some people are surprising. You ever, like, see someone and you kind of have an assumption as to how they should sound, and then when they actually talk, they don't sound like that at all. They sound very different. So there are some people that just simply sound different than what you believe they're gonna sound like based off of their shape, of their face. But on average, I guess? I think I'm gonna, I don't want to, but I think I'm gonna remove the color just so I can actually see this without color first. Hold on. Because the blinking is kind of, it throws me off from the animation itself. I'm like, it looks like broken. Which is fair because it's not done, but. Let me see. Yeah, you see, it was looking very broken with the colors turned on. Let me turn them all off. Too much flashing. Two more. Ah! Rude. Okay. Let's see how far we got so far. I don't think there's any more. Notice the song was playing in the background? Oh, yeah. Yeah, Z, we're T-posing for dominance today. Heck yeah. I would not recommend getting surgery just to change your voice. No, I would not recommend that. But if you do get plastic surgery, just keep in mind, especially if you are like a voice actor or a singer, it might change your voice a bit. Especially, I guess it also depends on how much plastic surgery, because if you get a whole lot... I read about this story about this dude who had a restraining order. His girlfriend had a restraining order against him, so he got like 37 plastic surgeries to look like a completely different person entirely, just so he can get close to her. Kind of really weird, but that person looked completely different, because I can only imagine how they might sound. Again, it's not like maybe extremely different, but I'm sure it sounds different to a degree.
Round. The dominance.
Yeah. That's a very, very, I mean, I feel bad for her because, you know, I'm sure she had a restraining order for a good reason. Yeah, exactly, Ro. Proving the need for it. If someone's gonna go out of their way to get 37 plastic surgeries, bro. And the fact that it's an article means the dude got caught. So imagine that poor gal. This is not the only time oh goodness. I think at some point you can't get any more plastic surgery because I feel like it would, I don't know. I feel like you, at some point, you literally would not be able to get any more plastic surgery because it's too much. The fear of is anyone I'm meeting them. Body would probably give out. I think so. I feel like it would. Oh. Mm. I think you would just, because the doctors would probably tell you, hey, you literally cannot have any more surgeries. And then you're, depending on what your whole goal was, you're kind of screwed. Especially because then you have to stay that way depending on whatever the turnout was. I don't know how they found out. These are the questions. And imagine he eventually let on, like, because you could look like a completely different person, but at some point you're gonna let things, it's gonna mannerisms, exactly. Maybe did something dumb to give himself away. I mean, getting the plastic surgeries was dumb enough. I just want to get basic shapes first before adding more to them. Oh man. Here comes one of those things again where it's like, why did I put so much detail into that when I knew the hair was gonna cover it up? Why? Why? I do this every time. Live and learn. You say that, but I never learn. I do it every time. What is that? I thought that was only 2 gears. I didn't know there was like a 3rd gear that is like around the 2 of them. Also, I'm gonna get more balls. I don't need them, but hi, Taco. Is that a stretch right now? You know what? I really want a bowl of cheese and grapes. Meow, meow. All this time living, been forgetting to learn, for real. Too much living, not enough learning. I've been pretty good, heck yeah. I've been very excited. We got some really fun things coming soon. Taco flavor. Flavor. Coffee. Strawberry milkshake. Ooh. That sounds really good. I have water. I don't think I have any other snacks. How about some cheese and mac and cheese? Oh, I would love that. Ah. I love mac and cheese in general. I haven't had that in so long. I haven't had mac and cheese in so long. I did have it's not quite the same, but I had Alfredo pasta the other day. That was pretty good. But I would love some mac and cheese. Cheese. And all I am is a mess. Wait, I thought it was mess. What was the word? All I am is a man. Oh. I guess that rhymes, yeah. I thought it was mess. Thank you, Taco. Hungry, yeah. Tell me about it. I'm hungry. Man. No. I am woman. And what I think about now is one love, one house. is too cold for you here and now.
Wow, 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 wow.
I'm excited for this month, July's. So this is June's, but I'm excited for this month's art challenge because I think it's a technique that I've been wanting to do, but it's definitely not nearly as difficult. Like, I made sure it was really easy. In fact, it's so easy. Some people might be like, "Wow, that's such a cop out," but it's a technique I've always wanted to do. I just haven't had the chance to do it, so I am looking forward to that. Cold for you here and now. Let me hold your hands in the holes of my sweater. Exactly. I was thinking the same thing. Drawing boxes? No. It's not that easy. Well, actually, I would not even consider that. I would consider what I'm doing easier than drawing the boxes. So it's even easier than drawing boxes. Ooh, yeah. I definitely, after this animation, I really needed a break. So I was like, I'll do something, but I will not make it as hard. So I can take a breather. But it is over on the Patreon. Cough. If anyone wants to vote on this month's, if anyone is a patron or would like to become a patron, it's over on the Patreon right now. The poll is up. I'm shocked by the current votes right now. Sorry, I was totally looking at the poll. I approve this message. Yay! But yeah, it's going to be a an easier one. I'm excited for it. Oh, ow. My finger. I stretched too hard. Did I already do everything? Hold on. I don't think I did I? I mean, I guess she's kind of missing her eye here, but... Oh. Oh, yandere? Oh! I was kidding about the yandere thing, but never mind. Yeah, yandere song for real. Thank you, Oz. We're working hard. I like how this one's coming out. I just realized that it's gonna be a lot of work. Although I cut a lot of work out because this was a lot longer. This was literally twice as much work with more in-betweens. And while it would have been smoother had I added all those in-betweens, it would have taken twice as long because it's twice the work. So I'm glad that I cut out some frames because otherwise, I don't know. I also want to finish it at some point in my lifetime. And for free, because this is not a commission or anything either. It's a good learning experience. I definitely don't disagree that it's worth doing in general, but yeah. Hi, Millie. It looks like I'm trying to silence the animation. How you doing today, Millie? Yeah, I'm T-posing for Dumbadence. Dumbadence. I wonder if this... You guys ever listen to a song and think, you know, if the things that they say in some of these songs is true, they probably would go to jail. But did you know that there's actually a law against that? I don't know what it's called, but it's a law that basically protects singers so they can sing about whatever and not go to jail for it. Crazy, right? Is it not Millie? I thought it was Millie. Oh, writing. May not be a commission, but it does show off what you're capable of. That's great. It's a nice thought. I guess it's mostly because I have to outweigh my time. It comes down to scheduling. Again, another very important thing. Time management is a better way to put it. This is a great thing to work on for improving your skills, for using for portfolio, to show off what you can do. That's great. But I also have to manage my time so that I am focusing on commissions at some point too. Because I gotta... I gotta pay my bills. I just wanted to say a really quick thank you, especially since we have ads playing right now. Thank you so much to everyone. And, you know, even if you can't do it, I completely understand. But thank you to those that are able to financially support, because it is really hecking helping. Because I'm actually able to do so... I'm able to have time to do this stuff. Like, the more financial support that I'm able to have outside of commissions, even if that's like, you know, even if that's through like a store, if I had a merch store or something, out of sight of commissions, it saves me time to work on stuff like this. So I really appreciate it. I just want to give a small shout out there. Thank you so much again for everyone that is able to. And I completely understand if you're not. I completely understand. Like, I just want to thank. I just want to thank. Because it allows me time to do this. So thank you. Ooh. You can do it with ballpoint pen? Are you putting it all together? Like, making like a collage? Or a collab, not a collab, hello? I'll take 20. Wait, the way you said that, Marine Boy, reminded me of, Little Mermaid. Spelly shirts? I'll take 20. Look at this stuff. Isn't it neat? Flavors. Yeah. Oh, okay, okay. Oh, that's exciting though. So you're taking the techniques that you've been learning and applying them to an image or a drawing. That's really nice. Heck yeah, that's how we glow up, as the cool kids say. It's me, I'm the cool kids. The shirts, oh no. You used a Master Ball? I'm gonna use the Pokeball. Did you actually? Oh, when you were a Wii? Okay, I read that wrong, sorry. You used Ultra Ball this time. I heard the story about, Piffle. And Piffle had encountered a Pokemon she had never seen before. And she was like, oh my gosh, I've never seen this before. So she went to go catch it, and none of her balls were working on it. Not the Pokeball, not the Great Balls, yada yada. And she was like, but I want this Pokemon because I don't have it. I've never seen it. I don't know what it is. So she was like, this has to be something like a legendary. Or like something really, really rare. So she threw a Master Ball at it. Take a wild guess as to what Pokemon that was. She threw a Master Ball at it. It was like in, I don't remember what game it was, but it was like the little Game Boy games. Or whatnot. Smeargle. Not quite. It was a Wingull. I was like, oh no!
Pokemon's got bananas.
It doesn't really? It's supposed to be like a tropical tree, right? Based off a tropical tree or something? I don't know. I think. Yeah, it was a Wingull! Poor Piffle. It is? Ah, that would make a lot of sense then. Oh, speaking of bananas, let me tell you. Okay, does anyone know... They just have the Piffle. She's so cute. Look at Piffle. Does anyone know about bananas and why sometimes bananas will go bad so fast? And what I mean by that is I was hanging out with Maestro over the weekend, and as soon as Maestro left, I checked on the bananas. Or I should say my dad checked on the bananas while Maestro was here. They were fine. They were still yellow. They were still pretty firm. They basically were not ready for banana bread. And as you guys know, to make banana bread, they have to be super soft bananas. And as soon as Maestro left and my dad checked on them, he touched the banana and it exploded into like this oozy stuff. It like completely just oozed everywhere. And it was like, but they were perfectly fine 3 days ago. And then they were just, you know what I mean? They were just gone. But within the span of 2 days, they were still yellow. They were not brown. They were still yellow bananas with like little brown spots, but they weren't brown is the point. And it just completely just became a liquid. I don't understand what happened to the banana. That's never happened before. Poor banana. Wrap the stem in plastic? Do you have to? They fermented? But I've never had a banana. I've never had that happen before. Ever. Like, I've had bananas get so brown. I'm talking, like, disgusting brown. And still eat them. Don't question me. But they didn't ooze like that. Rotted from the inside, maybe? But again, within 2 to 3 days. Can bananas really rot that fast in 2 to 3 days? I know they can ripen pretty fast, but completely rot, it was fine, and then suddenly it was gone. Heat and humidity, it hasn't been too humid lately, actually, believe it or not. At least while the bananas were around. It was pretty hot, though. Maybe. Not inside, though. Indoors. I'm questioning you. No, don't question me. Bananas off-gas ethylene? If you contain them at all, they'll go ripe within a few hours. We hang them. We hang them on a banana holder when we have bananas. The thing is, we want them to brown quickly. We don't want them to rot, but we want them to brown quickly so we can make banana bread, because the more ripe they are without rotting, the sweeter the banana bread, or in the very least, it's easier to make banana bread because you can mush them easy and stuff. So what we do is we save like 3 bananas and then we turn it into banana bread. But again, the bananas were yellow and then they just yellow, and then just liquid. They just turned out liquid. Millie, no. Don't take it out of context. You can add it as a quote if you want, though. You got some pears last week. It was extra hot the last few days. The pears basically melted instantly. So here's what my dad said. My dad was like, there's a chance that the bananas were... So did you guys know that some stores, maybe all stores, maybe not all stores, will spray a thing on your bananas so that they ripen faster? And my dad, I don't think that's what happened, but my dad thinks that there's a chance, I don't know, that they just completely, just that chemical or whatever they use just completely destroyed the bananas. I don't actually think, though, but that's something he was talking about. If you plan on eating them a few days later, get greener bananas. You know, that's good advice. We're probably gonna, because we're going shopping tomorrow, we're probably gonna get, like, yellow bananas, and the reason why is because we want to make banana bread tomorrow, or over the weekend. And every single time we get bananas, we get the greenest bananas, because we don't plan on making banana bread for another couple weeks. And it's perfectly fine, usually. I don't know, it was the weirdest thing. I've had green bananas that have rotted on the inside, while the outside is green, but the inside of the banana has, I guess it's probably more bruises than anything else. But I just don't understand sometimes. Like, what? How big was the green banana? Average? Not super big. Not super small for sure. Average banana? Our bananas are whack sometimes. But the reason I even bring it up is because that was wild. It was just all liquid, and I was like, I've never seen that. And I get that bananas can turn to liquid. I can understand that concept. What I can't understand is how it happened within a few days when they were perfectly fine, and they were still yellow when they even turned into liquid. Like, they were yellow and liquid. They weren't brown at all, and just yellow. Crazy. How big was the banana? Use banana for scale for real. Banana for scale. Not forearm length. Miso, how big are your forearms? Oh, that would be a plantain. No, it was not a plantain. No. No. I'm looking at my forearm and I'm like, I don't think I've ever seen a banana that big. Don't you just love science? Yeah. The only time I've ever ever seen a liquid banana is in Steins Gate, so I thought I was about to go through some space traveling or time traveling thing going on. And I definitely did not put it in the microwave, for the record. You know what I love? I love plantain chips. Plantain chips are the ones you get at like those Spanish food places where you get like rice and chicken or rice and steak, and you can get like little plantain. Oh, that's so good. So good. Sorry, I'm just trying to make sure I'm getting this like on point, because I'm going to basically take these couple frames, like this one, and I'm gonna put it over here, and then I can't really do the same once she turns around, but at least I can do it with some frames, so that saves me a little time. So I just want to make sure before I like move it over, basically, that it looks right. Because once I move it over, then it's like, and whatever I fix on one, I'd have to fix on the other one. They're radioactive? Are they really?
Banana.
What plan? I think that's the only one that I know, is the chips. I don't know if I know any other ones. I think there's one other one that I know from Maestro's mom, but I don't remember what it was called. It was so good also. It was kind of like the chips, basically. I like them when they're hard. The chip form. You spin me right round, baby, right round. There's like 3 different spinning songs. That one, around the world, around the world. And then there's, la 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 la. It goes around the world, la 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 la. Which one are you, if you had to pick one of the 3 of them? What thing? It was something during either someone's birthday, or it was like one of the times where we went out with your family, and that one restaurant place had the plantain thing food. I couldn't pronounce anything. That was one of those restaurants where everything is in Spanish and I could not pronounce anything. Everyone had to order for me because I was sitting there like, I have no idea what anything is. I'll just take food. I'm not very picky. Good restaurant though, really yummy food. Is that what it's called? It's more of a mash? Mofongo? Did I say that right? Ah, the potassium, I see. I thought potassium was good for you. Everyone always says eat bananas because it has potassium. Toast toast? Is that what they're called? Toast tones? I don't. Toast stones? 2 stones? 2 stones. I don't know what I'm saying. There's another. Round. Wait, what is round and round? I don't know that one. Is it like a popular one, or is it one that no one knows? Because of the texture? Wait, the texture of plantains or bananas? Or both, I guess. What? Toa stones? Toast stones? Toast stones? That's that right? Bananas? That's fair. That's fair. Toast stones? Did I say that right that time? Slice and freeze freeze ripe bananas. Blend them with coconut milk? Ooh, I'm sorry. When it comes to texture, here's my thing. I really don't like blending any kind of milk because it makes all the bubbles. And arguably, you could be like, I'll just wait for the bubbles to go away then. I'm sorry, but I can't. I'm like, bleh. I do not like bubbly things. Like, you guys already know, I went on a spree about it yesterday, but I don't like whipped cream. I do not like green eggs and ham. I actually do. But I don't like the little you know whenever you make a homemade milkshake, I don't like the when you use milk. I guess it's not a milkshake otherwise, but when you use like a dairy product, like it's okay. I don't know. It doesn't taste bad, but it's so many bubbles. I guess you could spoon out the bubbles, but I don't want to use a spoon. I just want to blend it and drink it. So I make smoothies instead. I make smoothies using juice or water and you know, fruit and stuff. But not no milk. Too many bubbles. Potassium is good. Oh, okay. Barely worth considering. Oh, okay. Then I'll keep eating potassium. Bananas are good for you. I should eat more bananas and actually not let them go bad. Send me a scare. Okay, I see what you mean, Millie. Glam metal band? What is a glam metal band? You can detect it? Oh, with a bunch of, like those boxes that ship them, like the shipping. I remember when I used to work in, I worked as a store associate, or sale associate, what is it called? And I used to I worked in the produce section for a while, and I did those bananas. I loved stocking bananas. It was so fun, because you would have all those boxes. They were heavy boxes, but you have all those boxes, and you have all the cardboard and stuff, and you get to put the bananas on the shelf. It was a lot of fun. I like doing it. Did not like doing it with other people around, so when I worked as a sales associate, I had to work when the store was open, so there were customers, and everyone was always eating the freaking grapes, and I sat there like, we're like out of grapes because everyone eats them instead of buying them. I don't know. But when I worked as a vendor stalker, however, I worked from 1 a.m. to 5 a.m., so I didn't have to worry about people. I got to go in when it was closed. It was like a 24-hour store, but not for the customers, for everyone else. So I used to go in when it was closed, and I got to stock everything. Back then, I used to stock ice cream and candy and beef jerky. That was fun, too. I actually really liked doing it when there was no one around. Wandering spiders? No, I have not. I heard stories about it, Miso, though. I've never seen them. I would be so scared. No.
Gray, welcome in. Thank you so much for the raid. Hello, what were you doing today? How are you? Hello, raiders. My name is Belly. I am your headmistress, witch on Twitch. That's like a principal. And I do art and animation, like these. Thank you so much for the raid, Gray. I appreciate it. How was the streamu? I hope it went well. Heck yeah. How's the charity going? It's been really good. They give a shout out. Zem, oh, you're playing waifu game. Who's your favorite so far? I don't know them by name. I only know them by how they look. But who's your favorite so far? Charity's going well. We did hit our goal. We hit it yesterday, but no, we hit it 2 days ago. I think you were here when we hit it. But we did hit our goal. So right now, if anyone does want to do, I'm just saying this generally, if anyone does want to donate or can donate to the cause, it's again for Cystic Fibrosis Trust. It's basically research for and against cystic fibrosis, which affects people's lives. I recommend doing it through the link that is pinned because that's Manbear's link. Since we hit our goals, I want to help my teammates. And so I have Manbear's link currently up. Ah. Game's good. And who's your waifu? Yeah, who's your waifu? Or a husbandos, whatever you're into. But they have some really nice character designs. A game like that, isn't it Zenless Zone Zero? It's a gacha game, right? And it has a bunch of characters in it that a lot of people have been like going off, especially the wolf boy, that one pink-haired girl, that one dude that smacks his butt,
I forget what his name. He's like wears a mask. I can't think of any of the other characters off the top of my head. It's just those three. Are amazing. I'm so glad to hear. I'm glad to hear. Heck yeah. Wolf Butler. Yes, I'll open. I absolutely love this group. And this is my favorite song by them. See it in my eyes. Back when I messed my stuff up too many times. I'm not saying all that. It's really good. Billy, is that his name? The Wolf Boy. What? I don't know. I just see him. He like is wearing stuff. Yeah, no worries. I don't know anyone by name either, so it's no worries. If you have to do any post-stream self-care, I completely understand. Otherwise, if you're here with us, I'm gonna play this for a little bit, but I have to go to the bathroom actually real fast. Yeah, the one with the mask. They are well animated. I'm telling you. I'm telling you. There's supposed to be that one girl, I think she has the one with the pink hair, and then she like moves around, and then she like does like a hip sway thing. I thought that was really nice. All right, I'm gonna BRB. I'm just gonna go to the bathroom real fast, so one second.
Hey guys, I'm Pepperoni. I stream art and spooky games, and I'm here to tell you about how amazing Spelly is and how you should sub to her. Do it.
Hi, Merp. Thank you for the sound to Merp. T-posing. Oh my goodness, Merp, thank you. Aw. Isn't it great? Isn't it great? I don't know. I really like this. Was it a band or a group? I don't even know. I want to say band, but I don't entirely know. Not this one, but the Rex. You know what I mean.
Thank you. Yee.
We've been T-posing. I have the strength of the gods. I've been T-posing for like 2.5 hours now. I can only imagine. Ice Demon. Here, I can look them up. Let me see. What was it called? Zenless? Zenless Zone Zero? Zenless Zone Zero. ZZZ. Oop. Merp bait carrot. Wait, oh wait, that's the person that Merp drew. The blue person. They're so cute. Aww. They're spitting. They see the drawing spinning. They hating. Yeah. You want to see? Hold on. I'll grab a link. Oh, this is that one song. This is the song where I see so many dancing compilations too. I want to be in. I want a VTuber edition. I want to be in it. The dancing compilation. Hold on, wait. Oh, there's a couple of them. You have this one.
this one. And let me see if there's any more. I think it's just those two of that character. Yeah. Yeah, there you go.
This is one of your favorite groups? Oh, I'm gonna restart the song, sorry. Why are you dead? No, come back. Yeah, is that your favorite character? I don't know the rest of the songs. That's no worries. I only know Sunflower. I know Best Friend, Sunflower. There's like one other one that I know by them off the top of my head. Did you see your Chibiki plush? I don't think I did. Murph has amazing art. You guys should really check it out. It's in those links. Or at least the links lead to his profile. Which I probably should have just clicked on because that would have made it easier. Oh, wait, are you talking about the Yochi?
Oh, it's so cute! Oh, look at it! Look at it! Oh,
You know what those you know what that particular plush style reminds me of? Is that what, you know Chibidoki? that style. Oh, I can imagine her just like lip smacking. Oh my goodness. You're gonna poll for them? So it is like a gacha game. I wasn't 100% sure if it was. I assumed it was. Oh. The Neko and Sleepy Hammer. Ooh. Okay, I'll get back to emanating. It is a gacha, yeah. The gachas will rule. Murph is so talented. Ow! I hit my hand. Okay, I think I'm ready to take these layers. I've been avoiding doing it because I hate when I copy and paste layers over and then I wind up having to change things and then it takes forever. Not the best animation, but these are the only two that I wanted to copy over. From there, I can't really.
wow, 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 wow. Yeah. Strunk.
Sorry, yeah, I hit my hand.
Ooh, have good food. Yummy.
More synth. Is this synth? Instrument in it. Oh, I see. Is it that one?
Wow, 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 wow.
Is that the synth? And the percussion. Oh. Blade Runner? You know, I've never seen Blade Runner. I've also never seen The Matrix, though, to be fair. Not that they're related, but I feel like they're kind of in a similar vein. Maybe?
Synth.
Believe it. Sorry, Naruto. Oh, so many layers that are just... There's so many frames that are just not done. E. I could add more in between frames when she moves her head around. I could... I've never done this before, where... Like, between these two, I could add just her head movements and not her body moving. Let me see. Oh, I put it in the wrong spot. let's see. Basically just have this, like, the same body for the most part. But then the head is moving still. I don't know if this is gonna work, though. Alright, let's see. Oh, my brain. Woo! What are you waiting for? I'll drink right now. Thank you. Drown. You didn't have the wiggly emotes? Wait.
Ah, Haruka. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle.
Ow. That's not wiggling. That's actually the opposite of wiggling. That makes someone stop wiggling because they just stop breathing. It.
Wiggle. Food for me? Why, thank you. That's very kind of you. You didn't have to do that. Nom, 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 nom. I made sure to save my backup file just in case. Oh my gosh, I saw the Maria Rose again. No. Maria Rose. It's so cute. Okay, I'm done. That's just a little guy, it's so cute. Hi, Insane. I think it was worth putting the extra head turn. Closed what? So worth it. Yee. Well, I still gotta space it out better because it's not spaced yet, but.
Here, let me add this.
Wow, 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 wow.
There. Oh, poop. Wait, what? No. You thought you closed the file? I did, but I saved it. Oops. But I saved it. I couldn't help it. I actually wound up posting it on Twitter, too. Oh, poop. You know what I forgot to do? I forgot to post it on the Discord that I posted on Twitter. Look at me go. Yer.
What do you mean, Spelly? What do you mean you forgot to post it on the Discord that you posted on Twitter?
Well, I'm glad you asked. So on the Discord, we have this channel. And the channel is called Spelly's Art, I think. Yeah, it's called the Spelly's Art channel, where I post whenever I post new art. I try not to post when I do reposts of things, so that way you guys just see like new stuff and not like a bunch of stuff. But I have an art channel, and I'll link it right in the chat for you guys. You guys don't even have to go through the work of finding it. Maria Rose. There we go. And here's the channel for anyone that's in the Discord. Check it out. Wait, if I could find the copy link. There you go. It's called Spelly's Art. It has my art. Yeah. And we draw. We draw things. Because we do art. Whee! We win! Wait, what? Oh, for the Pokemon? Have a good one, Oz. Thank you for being here.
Pokemon, got a Pokemon.
Alright, let me space out the time. Oh, hold on. Let me change the labeling. So, order, and then... Let me change the timing. Through... Oh, crap. I don't remember how many. There's 25 layers now? So I added 2 more. Yeah, this used to be like 40 layers. Or something like that. And then I cut it down to 20... It was 23, I think I cut it down to. And now we're up to 25. 25 is a good number, though. 25, 3... Alright, let's see how it looks. It's a little awkward, though. Hold on. No, I don't like that. No. I think what I'm gonna... Ugh. I hate trying to manually time things. I think I'm gonna give it 2 frames instead of 3. This one. This one. No, wait. That's a bit better, timing-wise. Oh.
Ah, my knee. Ugh. I still feel like it's a bit awkward.
I'm gonna try one frame, but it might be too fast then. Let's see. Actually, you know what I'm gonna do? Alright, let's try this. Now I don't like it. Oh. I'll stick with this. It looks kind of weird without the background, but when I look at it with the background in this timing, I like that. Oh gosh, this is so broken. I like that a lot better. There we go. In fact, you know what? There. Bow, 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 bow. Alright, this is gonna be the hard part. Well, not hard, but just more in-betweening. What about me? I wonder if I could still take the hair. I'm gonna try. This is so cheap. You guys ready? I'm gonna see if I could take the hair from these layers. I can't take the body because the body shifts and the ears shift, but maybe I can steal the hair. Ow! Wood. That was so wood. I'm gonna go to Houdini. Nope. Good song though. Houdini. Wait, I hit the wrong button.
I've been hit with piano. It really gave me a concussion.
Doesn't even make sense. Oh my goodness. Alright, let's see if I can steal the hair. You guys ready? Cheapo move. I don't care. Wait, how do I... Oh goodness.
Tell me Houdini. Be all the ways you need me. I go here for love. Catch me or I go Houdini. I want the right to please me. Everybody knows I messed up. I go Houdini. Time is lesson and you're coming to me. You've been watching every moment you can. Baby, don't let it slip. Reading my lips. I come and I go. Tell me all the ways you need me. I'm not here for long. Catch me or I go Houdini. I'm not here for long.
I love this song. That's right, and singing. I'm a multitasker. I just really like the song because I like the word Houdini. Sorry. Say it out loud. Say the word Houdini. It's such a fun song. Welcome in. Houdini. And I go. Tell me all the ways you need me. I don't need below. Catch me up. I go Houdini. It's so fun. It's a vibe. Isn't it a vibe? Especially today's like Thursday, right? So I get there's another day of work. Oh crap. I get there's another day of work. Oh man. Tomorrow I've decided. Tomorrow I'm gonna go grocery shopping. And then after I go grocery shopping, I'm gonna spend tomorrow trying to completely finish that NDA work that I have. Because once I get that done, then I'll be able to actually like relax and rest. I originally wanted to spend Friday just as my day off because I haven't really had a day off yet. But if I'm able to finish this NDA, then I can actually like rest. Oh, it'd be so nice. So I'm gonna push myself a little bit, get it done. Whoa. And then once I'm done, then I can rest. Heck yeah. And I go. Tell me all the ways you need me. I'm gonna leave alone. Catch me up, I go Houdini. Leave alone. Prove it on the right to please me. Everybody know. Catch me or I go Houdini. It's so fun. To please me, everybody knows. Catch me or I go Houdini. 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 Oh. This is from Despicable Me? Wait, there's 4 Despicable Me's? I'm sorry, what? Since when? The heck? Because it's Illumination? What? Do they do a lot of... Wait, is it the same people that did Shrek? I know Shrek is getting a new thing, too. Oop. No, okay. Wait, no, that's DreamWorks, right? So what else has Illumination done? Unless you're talking about something else and I'm just confused. Shrek is DreamWorks, yeah. Why is this going so hard? I like it. Sing, Secret of Pets, and Mario movie? I never watched the Mario movie yet. Or well, yeah. I haven't seen the Mario movie yet. But I did see Sing. I haven't seen the second one yet. I really want to watch the second one. Have a good one, Advent. Thank you. Thank you. Secret Life of Pets? I think I've seen that one. Was that the one that has the bunny in it? All you taste, falling in love with me. It is yeah, I remember that one. Where it was like, oh man, domesticated pets are the worst, and then he gets domesticated. Spoilers? No, never here. And then he's like, you know, this isn't so bad. Yeah. Because people take care of you. Well, to be fair, his last owner, if I remember, from what I remember, was kind of a piece of crap. Because they abandoned him? I don't remember exactly what happened, actually. This is all it takes, falling in love with me. Possibilities are down. Oh, this is all it takes, falling in love with me. I guess it would have been, yeah, a pretty intense subject. The studio isn't known for taking risks? Is that why? Is that why they have a bunch of sequels? Because it's better to go with something that they know became popular than taking a risk. Yeah, aw. That's a shame. I get it though, but also sucks, that's all. I talked about it the other day about the idea of people. Actually, Maestro is the one that talked about it, and I remember it. When it comes to original work, original recipe, and how a lot of people like original work, but a lot of the time they also don't put their money where their mouth is. Meaning, if you have the option to buy something, example, or like share something or like something, I don't know. Liking is easy because it's free, but if you have the option to buy something, 9 out of 10 times people will buy something that they're familiar with. Not always. But yeah. Yeah. And I get it though. Like, if I had the option to, I would probably do the same. If I had the option between getting a desk mat that had, you know, someone's OC on it compared to having No Game No Life, unless I know the OC, I'm probably gonna get the No Game No Life thing because it's one of my favorite anime. Yeah, I know you. I know the stats. And you know, a lot of people would agree with you, Miso. A lot of people would agree with you until it comes to that moment where they're like at a convention and they have the chance to buy art. Then they do something else than what they, you know. It is great. Yes, that an organization. I still hold hope. I still hold hope. Okay, so I'm gonna have to fix some of that. Yeah, one day. No. Been known to miss a red flag. I've been known to put my lover on a pedestal. When the end last. Color glasses on. I already know your type. Things I like. I already know your type. Don't you know I could do this dance all night? Ooh, what you doing? What are you guys throwing at me? You're confusing. I'll be like, ooh, it's amusing. Think I'm gonna fall for an illusion. Ooh.
Owie.
Oops.
Hey, what did I do to you guys? Ow.
Someone posted the meanest April Fools this year. No! Did they really post for season 2? You know what? I bet if I saw that, I wouldn't even look at what day it is. I would immediately think, oh my gosh, season 2 finally! And then when I find out it's April Fool's, I'm gonna be like, oh no. No. What you doing? Don't know who you think that you're confusing. I'll be like, ooh, it's amusing. Think I'm gonna fall for an illusion. Bow, 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 bow. I'll be like, ooh, wow, 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 wow. Ocean, I really wanna make your moving. I just wanna dance with the illusion. Yeah, I just wanna dance with. Yeah, I just wanna dance with. We can dance all night. If you guys didn't know, I really like Dua Lipa. It's a doing. Don't know who you think that you're confusing. I'll be like, ooh, it's amusing. Think I'm gonna fall for it and lose. What you doing? Don't know who you think that you're confusing. I'll be like, ooh, it's amusing. I'm gonna fall for an illusion. That's a good song. Oh! Can't get you off my mind. To ignore, I've tried a million times. Oh, why can't you just let me go? Can't you? I've been so tired. Something's on the ceiling. I can't decide. Oh, I can't control it. Just let me go, prisoner, locked up, can't get you off my mind, Lord knows I tried a million times, oh, why can't you, just let me go, prisoner, locked up, can't get you off my mind, Lord knows I tried a million times, why can't you, oh no, just let me go. Oh. Why can't you just let me go? I wanna know why can't you? I wanna know why can't you? I gotta know why can't you? Just let me go. I like that song.
That's funny.
Inappropriate, what are you talking about? It's so, listen. I love when songs have like, I don't know, vibes like this, I guess. But then they also have like, not the whole song. As long as it's not the whole song. If it's the whole song, then I'm like, eh. But that one, perfect. Perfect timing. Naughty words. Oh no. Imagine that. You should have heard me the other day when I was in storage, bro. Eee.
I like it.
Song. There are some songs where I feel like, again, there are songs that does not look right. There are songs that I feel fit really well with cuss words and stuff, and then there are some songs that just have too much. There definitely is such thing as too much, like unnecessarily entirely. And I just sit there like, whoa. I'm gonna have to edit this whole frame, but I'll get there when I get there. I think it was nice. What? What is... Is this Kesha? Interesting song. I'm pretty sure this is Kesha, right? You know what's weird? Didn't her name have like a $sign in it? Unless it's someone who is not the Kesha we know, but a different Kesha, and I don't know. It did? Okay, I'm not going crazy. I don't think it's gonna work at all, but I can try it. And I think it's gonna be a long, long time till touchdown brings you right again to fight. Not the man I think I am at all. Oh no, no, no. I'm a rocket man. Okay, let's see if we can do this. Can we Frankenstein it? Can we... Wait, how does the Bob the Builder song go? Can we build it? No, wait. And I think it's gonna be a long, long time to touchdown. Again to find I'm not the man I think I am at home. Oh no, no, no. This is what I should have never said. When I kept it in. Wait, that doesn't make any sense. What? And I think it's gonna be a long, long time. Oh gosh. Internet? Hello? Oh, no, no, no. I'm a rocket man. Okay. The man I think I am. Oh, no, no, no. Turn around. I don't know what that means. Goes for the flies, let them flow. And the girl falls in love. Another girl opens the club. A big kiss goodbye to all the pretty lies. Another girl is in love. Another girl leaves the club. Where are all these colors coming from? Why is it hey? What's your name? Come with me. Wow. This could be the end of an era. Let them flow. The girl falls in love. Another girl leaves the club. Big kiss goodbye. Aw. Stay seal? Thank you so much for becoming a club member here at the clubhouse. I really appreciate it.
Hello. French! Hi. Girl falls in love, and love girl leaves the club. Ayokuni is also French. Wait, Ayokuni speaks French. Ayokuni, are you actually French? Or do you only speak French? I actually don't know that. The end of an era. I'm Belgian, but it's like it's the same thing. Okay. Gotta fix a couple things.
Sounds like Miley. It also sounds like that one Bruno Mars song. Olivia? No, this is someone else. Never mind. Sabrina? I don't know who that is. What is this song? Alright, I'm gonna go to the bathroom, and then we'll come back and do some Tokyo walking, eh? Heck yeah. I'll go to the bathroom real quick, because Yippee! Hi, Lucky. I'm gonna go pee real quick. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go pee. Welcome back, buddy. Alright. We grooving? We were grooving. I had to pee real quick. We're actually switching over to our Tokyo walking. We're gonna do a little bit of Tokyo walking. Basically, we're just gonna walk throughout Tokyo a little bit and chat and chit chat and stuff. And then afterwards, yeah. Let me close some stuff. So, what's today? Today is Thursday. And it's, I don't know for everyone, but it's almost after 5 for me. Which means we're almost done with the day. Heck yeah. Bunny, I've been trying to keep myself on schedules and stuff. It's tough. It is tough. It's almost Friday! And Friday, I get to go grocery shopping, which means more food. Yippee! It is tough. It's tough because it's like... I don't know how to explain it. It's just like... It's a lot of self-discipline. It is a lot of self-discipline. No! Ah! And then I get hit by a car. No! And then I get isekai'd. Oh. Ow. I am going, for those that are going to catch ads, I'm gonna run ads while I'm setting up, because they're about to go off in 5 minutes anyway. So I'm gonna run ads really quick while I'm just setting up for the Tokyo walking, and then we'll walk throughout Tokyo. Yippee! Okay. I'll be back for those that get ads. The AirPods, what? The AirPods, catch ads. Yeah, ads. Nothing else. Alright, let's see if I can get everything set up. Rainy season's over. I like that song. I like Dua Lipa in general. But we are gonna switch over to some city pop. This is a groovy song. Ooh, I was about to bet money on what the first city pop song was gonna be, and I would have been wrong. Oh no, that must really suck. I would not know. I'm a soloist. I do everything alone. Oh wait, let me save this really quick. Alright, it has been saved, and let's switch over.
Whee!
Oh, where am I? Oh, it's loading. Look at that cat! Look at that cat! Kitty! Exactly. Oh, my alarm is going off. You guys ready to go a little city walking? Oops. Alright. I think it's about time. See if I can remember how to do this. Alright. Oh gosh. My immersion. Whee! Modular furniture? I don't even know what that means, Asobu. What is modular furniture? Alright, here we go. We're walking. Yeah, what is modular? If you tell me what modular means, maybe? Probably not, considering I don't know what it means, but maybe. Just multiple parts like a sofa. Oh, you know, I think, if it's what I'm thinking about, my old sofa used to be like that. If I asked my dad what brand that was, I would recommend that, because it had like a middle piece that had a phone in it. Not that that matters anymore nowadays. Make sure to look both ways. Whee! I haven't been to Japan in several years. I would like to go back. Please. Anyone want to take like a vacation trip to just like a big group of people just go to Japan? Hang out? I would love to go to places in Japan that, you know, I would need to know Japanese. Obviously, you need to know the culture when you visit, but I'd love to go to Kyoto. I'd love to go. There's this bunny island I would absolutely love to go to, but I don't know if I can, because it's like on the other side of Japan. Making a bookshelf out of individual shelves. Ooh, that sounds really tough though. You know what I mean? It sounds really like IKEA furniture. kind of. I never went to an IKEA before, though, I'll be honest. You don't care where it is, you just want to go with a group of friends together? Honestly, I've been talking about maybe setting up... Well, no, not me talking about it. My friend's talking about it, so I can't invite anyone to it, but... Oh god, there's a bus! We've been talking about doing cabin. Maybe. Cabins. Somewhere. Like, Vermont, for example. Headbutt. No, I'm not gonna headbutt the bus. Oh my goodness. Bus. Yeah, exactly. Friends are bullying you to finally take a trip to Japan. Yeah, I think it would be. I think you would love it, Asobu. Honestly, obviously I can't speak for you, but I think you would really like it. I mean, look, this is Japan. This is Tokyo specifically. I don't know exactly which section we're in Tokyo right now. We're just kind of walking at night. I will say that there's not a lot of people because it's nighttime. But normally, you know, there'd be a lot of people. Granted, I think we're in the suburbs as well, so it makes sense there's not a whole lot of people. Honk honk. Give me all the food. Honestly, that's one thing that I'm really sad about. When I went to Japan, I didn't get any authentic Japanese food. It was all like fast food. I had no option in that. It was all fast food stuff and like, you know, stuff like that. Kind of sad about that. Oh. Hey, don't hit me. You know what I mean? Did you even go then? I did, but I didn't get any of it because I was with someone and they only wanted, like Wendy's and McDonald's and stuff. I know, it was, yeah. It is what it is though, right?
Pretty.
Did you even go? Oh, man.
Pretty. Yeah, like bunny.
Let's see this. Ooh. No, like, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? Imagine, I wish I could see stuff like this. Even the idea that this is like a city is really cool. Like, being able to see, like, it's the simple things. Sometimes you just gotta look around and you can find things that, like, really, I don't know. Maybe it's just me. This is my, my brain. I'm like, I would really love to see stuff like this. I just have to look around, though. Now, I live in a forest. I can see really cool scenic stuff around here, but it's not like, I don't know. There's something, maybe it's just nightlife. I don't get to go outside where I live. I don't get to go outside because there's no freaking street lights, so it's really dark. I guess I could go outside if I bring a flashlight. Oh, I almost hit that pole. That was really close. I guess I could go outside if I bring a flashlight, but do you know how terrifying that is in the middle of the woods? To go outside and freaking there's no light. Ugh. Like all of us, it's true. It's true. Imagine, honestly, I when I went to Japan, there were a lot of salarymen around. You know what I mean? Oh man. The full moon's out, and it's pretty clear. That's true. That's true. When the full moon, Man Bear, even with the full moon, it's not, you know, it's still really dark. It's still really dark. Believe me. Believe it. I'm about to hit these poles. I gotta be careful.
Oh, Camino. Hi.
Take it as a sushi. You guys want sushi? I guess I could. If you guys want some sushi, I would not mind.
Always look both ways. Sushi, uwu. Okay.
You want I want melon bread! I want melon bread so bad. That would be so delicious. I agree. I agree so much. Yeah, I had melon bread. I had melon soda when I went to Japan. It was so good. It was so good. Why do you guys want sushi? You know what I heard? I don't know for sure, because again, I only had freaking fast food, but I heard sushi's actually kind of not super common in Japan. Like, it's common, but it's not as common as other things, you know? That's what I heard anyway. No, Asobu, I'm sorry to hear. Aww. Aww. Wait, you can still meet with them though, right? You don't have to... Oh, the cosplayers. I see what you mean. Never mind. I was thinking friends for some reason. You could meet... If your friends came by, you could still meet with your friends at least. You know? Not as common. That's what I heard. I don't know for sure though. Apparently it tastes better too in Japan. I imagine it does. Especially because they're surrounded by water. Yeah, we need the exercise. Believe me. Yeah, I was gonna say it's mostly coastal. About as frequent as breakfast places? Oh, okay, that makes sense then. Hey, ow! Why are you guys throwing things at me? Japan sushi, have you had it? I would love to try some.
Fasani! Hi, Fasani.
We're on a walk right now. We're going through Japan. Just talking about... I went to Japan not too long ago, but like 4 years ago. So it was a while ago. I would love to go back, honestly. I would love to go back. Visiting. I don't think I'd ever live there, but... As Mert put, also. But I'd love to go and like visit at some point, you know what I mean? I think that would be cool. Smuggle me in a suitcase? You mean vice versa. I'll pay for your ticket if you smuggle me in a suitcase. Your friends were also in... Aw. Oh, I see, Asobu. Ah. You know what? I don't know if I'll ever be able to go back to Texas. What? What? Oh crap, here we go again. Yeah, for real. Bro, I love that meme. I don't think I'll ever go back to Texas for a convention because the last time I went to a convention for it, it was for RTX, and they don't have RTX anymore because Rooster Teeth is not a thing anymore, so that kind of sucks, you know? Crying in the club? Whoa, we're going backwards. Let's go this way.
Want coffee? Yeah, go get some coffee. Go get some coffee.
Real sci-fi horror? What? Oh, you mean, yeah. Honestly, they're talking about augmented contact lenses and glasses. I mean, they already have the glasses, but the contact lenses, you're gonna have Google right in your eyes. Imagine. Japan's got I would not be surprised. We are in a city after all. Or we're near the city. I think we're in the city. I don't know. Gotta pay the premium to Japan's. Oh my gosh. I would do it. I would do it to not have ads in Japan. Would you guys, if you had the option to try on one of those Google glasses or whatever they're called, would you wear them? The ones that, you know, you could see like the internet in? Your body's the only way I'm not giving up. Fair member. You would? I would like to try. I don't know if I don't know, it's dangerous. I say, but I've already been in VR. VR is like close enough, you know? Honestly. Might get sick, that's fair. If you have motion sickness, you might not like it. For sure. You might give them a try. I think I agree. I would give them a try. As long as I don't have to pay for it, I would give it a try. Like if I borrow it from someone else or just try it out somewhere. You used to own an Android phone. Oh, I see. Oh, goodness. I don't know where we're going. You rooted it to remove the ad service? Wait, they have an ad service in Android? I didn't know that. Do they really? This is the type of video you'd have to get the entire city in on as a joke. Oh, that would be hilarious. But you know what sucks? It's really hard to get a lot of people. Now, granted, it's nighttime, so there's not a lot of people around. You could probably get like a decent-sized group of friends or coworkers or something in on something like this. So you could just like, you know, have like a couple pop-up things, but I don't think you could get like a whole city, town, or anything on it. You try it first, exactly. Trying it's worth. Google Glasses are less than AR headset and more of a smartwatch in the corner of your eye. Oh, which isn't good. Doesn't that like ruin your focus? Like constantly having to refocus everything to look at the corner of your eye and something that's really close to you. You know what I mean? If that makes sense. Android automatically downloads games. Wait, it does? Oh, I never knew that. I always hear about how amazing Android is compared to iPhone. I didn't know they do crap like that. What? Pretty, pretty. Or if the night parade is fully recorded? The night parade? What is the night parade? I don't like that tourists right now are taking advantage of the Japanese folks' hospitality. Oh yes, no, that's awful. Respect any country you visit. I firmly believe that if you oh darn, I didn't pay for the premium. I firmly believe that if you visit a country, you should absolutely learn. Obviously, you don't necessarily, I mean, I would recommend learning the language for sure. But of course, not everyone's gonna learn the full language before they want to just visit a country. What is going on over there? But learn the culture. Learn what you need to learn. Like, learn the basics. Learn the basics for the language. I highly agree with that. You know, the how are you? Anything you're gonna need for courtesy, learn all of it. I highly agree with learning customs and cultures and stuff before visiting a country as a tourist. Again, maybe not the whole entire language. I would recommend learning the language, but I understand not learning the entire language because that's a lot, you know. Oh goodness, a poll. But yeah. They're the same thing? Are they really? Back in the mainframe for walked right into the ad. I really did. Android is programmed better. That's fair. And Androids, you can, for lack of better terms, you can jailbreak them, right? A lot easier or a lot legally. I actually don't know if it's legal to jailbreak anything. I want to assume no because it has the word jail in it, but I don't know. Guess we're going to the park. Just like what I have with Google Glasses, honestly, probably. Oh, Camino, thank you. What? A matter of time. No. Can you imagine? What would you do if they started, for lack of better terms, forcing people to get like electronic tattoos where they can track you and they can basically send ads to your brain. You literally cannot turn it off, but you have to get it to stay in the country that you live in. And like 99% of all countries were getting it. And there's only like a very small portion that's not. Obviously, we're not gonna want that, right? I'm gonna just avoid these bicycles real quick. Obviously, we're not gonna want that, right? But it also means for the people that live in your life that get that procedure done, you would have to say goodbye to them if you leave and everything. it kind of sucks, you know? Easier to jailbreak? If you purchase a product, you're legally allowed to do anything with it? Really? But I thought it was just, oh gosh. It was just the fact that if you jailbreak, like, an iPhone, for example, then you can't get any maintenance or anything done by the company itself. It's not that you can't theoretically do it. I mean, according to the clause, you can't, or the whatever, the document. But it's not that you'll go to jail, it's that they won't service you anymore, if I'm not mistaken. You cut off the tattoo and live in the woods? Valid. Hitman type fights? Is that what... I never watched Hitman. Or watched. I never played Hitman. Other than seeing a couple things. Is that what happens in Hitman? Had to upgrade to a smartphone? Honestly, Millie, it does suck a lot. I used to have a track phone, actually. I think my track phone still works, though. That's like those prepaid ones. I didn't get a smartphone. Well, okay, granted, I wanted a smartphone because I really wanted to play Pokemon Go. I'll be honest. But I didn't get a smartphone until I went into college. I bought it all myself. I paid for everything. The line, the phone, everything. I didn't have a phone before that. I had the track phone for, like, emergencies, but nothing... I might as well have had a ladybug, bro. Yeah, the warranty. I said the second half of the message. It's fine. I summarized it for you because I didn't feel like reading all that. Aww. Oh, flipping around. Oh, green. They have barcodes on the back of their heads. Oh, in Hitman? The actual Hitman himself, or like just the people in general, like everyone? Oh, he cut it off. Oh, I didn't know. Is that why he becomes a hitman? Because he, like, cut off the whole barcode thing? I've seen a lot of different I want to call that a dystopia, honestly. I don't know. If you guys don't agree, you don't agree, but I think once they start coding people by numbers, by barcodes, by, like, those electronic tattoos I was talking about, I think it becomes a dystopia. If I'm using the word... I actually don't know if I'm using the word correctly there, but... I think it's, I think that's too much control over your country or your people, you know? I think they all do. Ah, okay. You have a bloody nose? No, Fasani! Make it stop. Hold your nose. Hold your nose. Yeah. Like that. Or wait, when you get a bloody nose, you're supposed to hold the bridge of your nose? Or you're supposed to hold, like... You know what I used to do when I got bloody noses? I used to, for lack of better terms, hold my nose or the bridge of my nose and hold my head up. Which I think is what you're supposed to do, right? But there was one time when I held my head, I was told by the school age, it was back when I was in school age, I was told to hold it over the sink. So I was leaning over the sink, holding my nose. First of all, this is a little TMI, so if you don't want to hear anything regarding blood, please listen away for a minute. But I held it. Hi, Sayu. I held my nose, I held it over the sink, and it started coming out of my eyes. Like, the bloody nose started coming out of my eyes. And I was like, that's, concerning. And imagine you're like 8 years old, and that's happening, and you're like, I'm gonna start crying now, because I'm gonna die! Nah, it was fine. It was just, well, you know, you guys know, your whole face is, like, connected, so. Yeah, it was pretty scary. That was when I lived in North Dakota, so it was really, really dry. It was really dry at that time. Gotta look both ways, just to make sure. So I used to get a lot of bloody noses, because, you know, ugh. Put a penny on your forehead? Wait, why would I put a penny on my forehead? What does that do? You tilt it down and let it drain? I'm not actually sure. That's a sinus bleed? That's not fun? Is that what I had? A sinus bleed? I have no idea what that is. Ooh. Ooh. Guess I'll honestly, unscrew his ears and throws them away. Asobu. Thank you, Asobu. No. The tear ducts are in the way? Exactly. That's what I was thinking. That's metal. Wait, are we gonna go up to this? Oh, I thought we were for a second there. I was like, Genetic is Sarah's honey got an 8. Honestly, hi sweetie, welcome in. Where are you going? We're just walking around. We're just taking a stroll, talking, chit-chatting. Hopefully not about bloody noses, but I'm just talking. Yeah. What's an ENT? What does that mean?
I hope you guys are doing well today, though. Fasani and Sweetie, Sayu, welcome in. Welcome in. Coffee.
You know what I have? I don't have coffee, but I have rogue energy. And did you guys know that? There we go. I drank the last of my rogue energy. Or at least the last of that cup that I made. Hi, Ace. Castlevania. Wait. You're doing a show, a trade? What's a trade show in Vegas? Oh, I'm so sorry to hear. Aw, that's so no. Oh my gosh, that's so that last line. Oh no. No, that's so sweet though. That's like, I had an Airbnb. Okay, this is a little related, a little unrelated. I had an Airbnb and the lady was helping me dress up for TwitchCon because I was wearing like a dress. And she had this lipstick and she let me try it on. And when she looked at me in the lipstick, she was like, honey, this is yours now. This belongs with you. I was like, oh my gosh, that's so sweet.
Kitty. Wow.
It's always, I don't know what it is. There's just some really sweet people out there, you know? Toast your lipstick, no worry, it wasn't used. It was new. She just gave me a new lipstick. She never used it before. And, you know, she has a lot of makeup. And she was like, I'm gonna give this to you. It's a complete stranger though, I'll be honest. So who knows? Aw, Ace. I am, next week, I think it's next week, we're actually going on a real walking stream. Now, I wanna preface the walking stream with the fact that I practiced doing the walking stream, I practiced doing it with like a recording, and the quality was so awful that I don't think I'm gonna be able to actually do a live stream of, oh gosh, of us walking. But I will, what I'm probably gonna have to do is over the weekend, I'm gonna go for a real walk, and I'm gonna just have to record it. I'm gonna have to record it, unfortunately. I wish we could do like a legit walk. I wish we could. But, unfortunately, I don't really have the internet for that kind of thing, so. Ooh, gotta dodge these poles. Unfortunately, but I can still be here on stream, and still talk to you guys. It's just gonna be that particular walk's gonna be pre-recorded. Indirect kiss. No. No. Aww. It's a permanent. Honestly, that's all it takes. It just kindness, people. Kindness. That's a really sweet memory though, Asobu. Ooh, do you guys want anything? What do you want? That's a good choice. We'll grab it when we come back. Here, you know what? I'll hit the button for you. Button. All right, I hit the button. There you go. It's dispensing. Don't worry. I got what you want. I got you. Lemon lime. Lemon. Lemon twink. All right. Here you go. Here's your lemon. My card did. Oh, your card declined. All right, we got you lemon. Yeah, look, definitely lemon. I hope you guys wanted that lemon. That's totally lemon. Don't worry. Don't read it. It looks like lemon. Definitely lemon. Yeah. What are I talking about? It's lemon tea. No, I hope we're not about to get jumped. That would suck. I don't want to get jumped. No longer walking stream. What do you mean a quick time event? Yeah. Honestly, quick time to get away from those ads. I want my money back. What do you mean? I paid for it. I paid for it. And I'll drink it too. Nah, JK. Aww. It's so nice, so nice. I wonder. You wonder what? What? Why do I have a feeling I know what's gonna happen? I knew it! You were gonna redeem this, and now I'm dancing in the middle of the street, and at least no one's here to see me dancing except that one car. That's why they're going slow. Because they're watching me. Okay. No, look, now they're driving away because they're like, oh, that girl's not dancing anymore. Yes, thank you. I love dancing. Randomly. I love, what is it called? When you, what's that thing called? When you, flash dancing? Flash dancing? Like a flash mob, but flash dancing? Yes, my favorite. Dancing in the moonlight, literally, yeah. Mysterious shadow there. It's my shadow. From another ow! From another, why are you guys throwing them? Where did that bottle go? Throwing things from another dimension. Ow. That's kind of rude. I'm gonna actually call the cops. Wait, that car. I can tell that car what's happening. Hey! Nah, they're not listening. Ah! That's fine. We can walk in silence. God, I'm so frozen. I mean, I'm just gonna block so much of the sky. Oh, I look so freaking edgy, bro. What the heck? Bro, I am like the edgelord. Hey, hello. I'm just gonna walk next to this dude. With my hair. Yeah, clip it, yeah. Oh! Dude almost hit me with that bike. The movie company, yeah, it was a movie company for a piano. I agree. Ooh. Let's go in here. I will stretch. Good place to stretch, too. Perfection, honestly. The heck is this? Oh, this is like a shrine. Or like a mini shrine. They have a lot of those, don't they? That's where you put the coins, right? If I'm not mistaken. I didn't realize it was a shrine because I didn't like clap or bathe my hands. I didn't see a place to bathe my hands either. Don't get a cramp, I'll be okay. Gotta stretch. Oh, you guys are really breaking my model. Ah, yes, I am at the shrine. This makes a lot of sense, honestly. This makes a lot of sense to me. Thank you, guys. I needed this. Celebi shrine? Oh my goodness. Are we gonna time travel in a moment?
They even have Pat.
Oh, I'll drink.
Twink. Little foxies. The little foxies.
Here, I'll take a drink right now. Especially while we're waiting. Now you're not out of place. Exactly. Now I don't have that ridiculous hair. Imagine. Imagine seeing that. Actually, I think that'd be really cool if I saw that in real life, I'll be honest. Oh! Oh, hello! Hello. These people are abusing me? Do you mind, like, helping me out, being a bro? Do you know what I mean? Like, oh, the train went by. Oh, I guess we'll continue going. Thanks for helping, I suppose. Well, we'll continue. Anyway. Oh, goodness. I'm a little broken, but we're gonna ignore that. They have a lot of trains around, don't they? Time train? What's a time train? Wait, are we about to cross the street again? Lots of trains indeed. On time. Oh, the trains are on time. I see what you mean. A train that's on time. Oh! Wait, are trains normally not on time? Ooh, look at that. I like trains. My face waiting for the train. Waiting for the train to go on it, or just waiting to watch it? Because I don't think we're crossing the street. I was I guess you're just watching for it. That's fair though. Very close to each. Oh. Very close timing, because didn't one train already pass by? And then there was that other one? Oh no. New York City, no. Japan, yes. Really? They're not on time in New York City? Not in America or Germany. Wait, what? They have trains in Germany? That sounds silly, but... They're gonna be late, so why are the ones in Japan always on time? Or for the most part?
Holy spelling.
Actually, I cannot say that trains in Japan are on time. Because I've been on trains where there's apparently a lot of accidents that happen too. And it's not that a bad accident, it's just like a we have to stop the trains accident for a few minutes, so then they're not on time. Receipts to walk. For real, honestly. Listen, it's okay. Oh! I guess we're zooming. Wait, if we zoom, then it's like this. Ah! Whee! You know, I feel like there's an eclipse coming because it keeps getting dark. Amtrak. Yeah, they do. They do really apologize whenever it is on late. Is late. I've heard them. Even if I don't speak Japanese, I understand it's an apology. I'm like, whoa. But it doesn't always happen. That's fairs. Not in Canada? Wait, they're not late. They're not on time on Canada? Hi, Corn. Welcome in. Really? I haven't ridden a train in forever. I would love to ride a train sometime. I think they're fun. You know what I want? I want a cross-continental train. The ones where you can sleep on them, and they have the really nice cushions. I want one. I want to go on one of those trains. They're expensive though. Aw, you do really, Manfair? You know, we could go somewhere else. This is our second time going to Japan. We can go somewhere else though if you guys ever want to. I'm sure there are other like lovely countries. I've been to Italy once. Not in real life. In one of these walking things. The sleeper ones? Yeah, I want to go to sleep on a train. I think it'd be fun. Hello? It was a nightmare figuring out which one to get on, honestly. Fair. Fair. Ooh. You could, oh, you could? Honestly, Manbear, if you did like even a 20-minute one and we walked around, that'd be fun. Then I could be there. It's like I'm there with you. Why not ride trains? I have no trains anywhere near me. Nowhere near me. I'd love to, though. I think it'd be really cool. I like trains. I'd love to go hiking! Oh, I want to go hiking! Yes, in real life. Oh, I guess also with you guys. That sounds awful the way I said it, but... I want to go... I love being in the woods. Yeah, I mean, I think that would be really cool. No, you're... Oh, yeah! Fasani, you know, recently I saw these people go in a car ride as VTubers and like just hang out and do like a just chatting. I would love to set something up, like maybe 4 people, me and 3 other people, going on a train, like as VTubers and just like sitting. I think that would be so cool. That would be so cool. I want it. I want to do it. Yes. Aw. Yeah, but if you guys want to record something and I could walk through it, feel free to. As long as it's not too close to where you live, or if it is, don't let me know. Don't tell people that it's near where you live. Aw, the poor German trains, no. Aw. That'd be cute. I think it'd be so cute. I'd love to take a train ride. We could go from one place to another place, and it could be like a whole little story and stuff with like a group of 4 people. Oh, French trains are good? That's good, sweetie. That's good. I'm sorry, I'm stretching real quick. You could record a motorcycle ride? I get to ride on a motorcycle? That would be so cool. Do you have like a helmet cam or something similar to that? That would be so cool. Walk through a theme park. That would be fun too. Honestly, that would be fun. If you could get a Honkai Star Rail spawns? Like a sponsor for a VTuber train, chat? Just chill. That would be really cool. Wait. Okay, I'm gonna ask a really stupid question. Ready? Is Honkai Star Rail, does that have a train in it? Ride a train to visit here, for real. Honestly. How far do they have trains? How far can you go on a train? I guess cross-continental means literally just go across the continent, so. Pretty far. Use a chest cam. It's good enough, Ace. Good enough. Paris, I've never been to Paris. It would be so cool. You could film it. You guys are so sweet. I would love to. These are so fun. But I like the material. It's fair. It's fair. Ooh, what is it? What even is that? I can't tell from here. It's green. Kind of looks like a credit card. I don't know why. Honkai has a train which travels through space. Oh, that would be cool. The mascot's a conductor. Oh, I didn't know that. That makes a lot of sense. I think I've seen the Honkai mascot. Oh, that's what that was. Marit, I could not read that fast enough. No. Well, I don't see you. You don't see me. Depends on the train. Also fair. That's fair. Have a good one, Millie. Thank you. Oh, your mount's broken. I'm sorry to hear, Ace. That's no worries. So, how do you pronounce it again? SoCal? Wow, that must be a really big store. There's another one. Oh, that would be so fun, Sobu. Big ads. The JoJo walk. Wait. Do you guys like my walk? My strut? Here. It's kind of out of place if I do full body like this, but for obvious reason. My little strut. And I walk on the catwalk. Yeah. Japan Plus subscription needed. Next time we come to Japan, I'll get the subscription. The premium Japan experience. Ow. Man, they're really dropping pianos around, aren't they? I gotta be more careful. You could do a drive through the Blue Ridge Parkway? Ooh. And then I can be in a car. We can do this, but instead of walking, we'll be driving. I'd love to try a cycling thing. Actually, I saw something really cool. It was someone who was walking on a treadmill in real life, and they had their avatar on a treadmill, and they had a foot cam. I would probably forego the foot cam, but that would be really cool to just have like a... So it looks like your character's on a treadmill, but you're actually IRL on a treadmill? The immersion. Had to watch out for that pole real quick. Wild pianos. Honestly, it seems like I've been hit by wild pianos more than anything else. Walking in the street's not dangerous, right? Shaking my head. Ah, where is Blue Ridge Parkway? Oh, more vending machines. Oh, Coca-Cola! There's Coca-Cola! Very nice. Very delicious. Please don't hit me. Ah! I don't know what just happened. Street danger, where? At that point, just go outside. No, but that's what I was saying is I can't, if I want to stream going outside, I can't do it because I lose internet and then it goes to crap. So I would have to do it indoors if I want to do something like that. Content, not justice for fee enjoyers. Wait, what? But yeah, they had a foot cam and everything too. I would probably not have the foot cam though. North Carolina to Virginia. Oh, that's what that is. The Blue Ridge Mountains. Oh, that makes a lot of sense. Wise decision, thank you. The southern. Ah, I see. I see. No sniffer. No sniffer. That's right. I mean, we still have it as a... I know I don't have any more goals, which is why I recommend, again, donating towards Man Bear's charity. But I still have incentives if anyone wants me to do a minute of steppies. Tell you what, in the next... Until the end of stream, I'll increase it. If it's $10... Oh, what was it again? Was it like 20-something pounds? I actually don't know now. So whatever it is for the steppies, I'll do 10 minutes instead of 1 minute. A puppy! Oh my goodness! Puppy! Aw. Since today's our last day of the charity, for me, the charity's still going until Saturday, but today's my last day of the charity. Yeah, wasn't it? Did it have such a cute collar? Oh my goodness. I really want a dog. My dad's been talking about it, but We still have a lot. We have to still, you know, we've lived here for years. Well, my dad has anyway. I don't even know, like 5 years, 6 years? I don't actually know how long. I don't remember. But he's been here for a long time, and we still haven't finished doing the attic, the dining room, or, like, there's a lot of parts of the house. Even, his room is not done. There's just a bunch of moving boxes all over the house. And we've lived here for how long? Get a puppy? I would like to, honestly. He's like, yeah, good, for real. And you know what? I'm afraid when I move into my own house, I'm gonna be just like that. I'm gonna be like, I can live out of a suitcase. Always on the run. Oh my goodness.
Whee!
I hope you guys are enjoying the music too. Because I got some city pop. Of course we have to have city pop. We're in the city. This is what they listen to always, right? You love a suitcase until they're all out. Honestly, I completely agree. Like, if I have clean clothes in the suitcase, I'll keep using those clean clothes up until like they all have to get washed, and then I'll fold them and put them away. But I normally don't, like, put them away. Like, if I'm just coming back from a thing, I don't just put stuff away from my suitcase. I use it until everything's out. Yeah, or, depending on the clothing. Like, if it's clothing that I don't normally wear anyway, I'll leave it in the suitcase for next time, so it's already half packed. So I'll take everything that I wore, and I'll put it in the laundry. But anything that I did not wear, I will leave it in the suitcase for the next time I have to go out somewhere. And I go out pretty often, so, like, at least every month or every other month. So I just leave things in the suitcase. Yeah, exactly. It just makes it easier. It just makes sense. It just makes sense. But there is one thing that I do, even though I don't want to. So that would be, like, after clothes are clean, and then you fold it and you put it away. But the clothes are clean, you know? At that point, it's like, I don't know, why do I have to fold it and put it away? I don't know, but I do fold it and put it, I don't fold it, I'll be honest. Every time I try to do laundry, I get yelled at for doing it wrong. I don't know if anyone else gets that, but, and so I'm sad. That's a really nice bus. Wow. I really like this song. I don't think I've ever heard this one before. Oh, you know what? I think I told you guys that I was gonna go camping this year. It looks like I'm probably not going camping this year. Instead, I'm probably gonna be going to... I'm still gonna go on, like, a mini vacation for a weekend, but instead of, like, a week-long thing or, like, even half a week, I'm just gonna do a weekend vacation. It's gonna save on time and it's gonna save on money, and this is one of... You ever, like, have one of those years where you can't really afford to go anywhere, so you just kind of, like... Even if it's a staycation, you make the most of it, but you do what you can, kind of thing. That's probably what I'm going to do this year. It's one of those years. But next year I'm hoping to have... Actually, next year, I'm hoping to go to TwitchCon. We'll see. We'll see if I do. But it'd be really cool. We'll see. The US TwitchCon. I've never been to Europe before in my life. I don't even know if I could afford. Like, TwitchCon in and of itself is almost like $400 if you want to go for all 3 days, which I don't think I'm going to. Even for one day, it's like almost $200, is it not? If you go for the US and you go for like a Saturday, isn't it like almost $200? That's kind of insane because back in the day when I went, it was like $200 for all the days. Maybe. What happened? TwitchCon's so expensive. Like to go, not even the plane, not the hotel, but to like the tickets. Expensive. But yeah, no, I would love to go to Europe in general. I would love to go to TwitchCon over there, but it's I live in the US, so it's a bit out of the way. It's a bit out of the way. I don't even know for sure if I'm gonna be going to the one in the US, but I'm gonna try to for sure. Yeah, exactly. Ooh. That was a nice walk into a random alley. Wee, Rattata. Ugh. Yo, you know what I was thinking about doing? But it probably would have been a lot of effort. Having this walking stream, or having a in general walking stream, and then every time a Pokemon comes up, I have like a cutscene that does like of the battle. Can you imagine? And it's just the Pokemon. That would be, honestly, I think that would be a really cool idea, but it would take so much setup. It would take so much setup. So maybe another day when we do something like this. So there's your spoiler alert. Yeah, right?
Totally human Spilly. That would be so fun. I'd like to meet Piaful if she's okay with it. That'd be nice. But yeah, one day I'll try the Europe one. Cause I know a handful of people that are in Europe and they go. I would love to meet them. It'd be so nice.
Oh, my shadow.
Piffle's such a sweetheart. I'm so glad to hear hers. I would love to. I love Piffle.
And I've never even met her in person.
Aw.
Oh, did you go to the TwitchCon and didn't it just pass the EU TwitchCon? Where was that? Where was that held this year? I actually do not. Rotterdam? Did I say that right? Oh, I probably said that awfully. 2 weekends ago. Oh, so it wasn't even that long ago. Post-con blues. Rotterdam, yeah. One day, I'll be able to experience the Europe experience. I think it'd be cool. This is a really peaceful night. I like this. Not a lot of people. Let me tell you, when you're here in the daytime, there's a lot of people around, which makes sense because that's kind of the primary transportation in Japan, at least in the city. People walk around, they use the trains and everything. So there's a lot of people. So right now, it looks like hella nice in Japan. Let me tell you, that's because it's nighttime. Granted, you know, it's still nice in the daytime. Mostly because there's no trash everywhere, kind of like New York, Philly. I'm not even trying to cover that up. It's true. They're kind of gross. But Japan is like built different, you know? What the heck is that? Is that like a bag? Did someone just leave a bag there? That's kind of weird, but okay. Weird. Yeah, man, bear, they are. They are. So even though Japan is extremo crowded during the day, and I'm not particularly the best in crowds, but I would still take Japan City over. I mean, New York City is crowded too, so, but it's also disgusting. I would rather take a crowded but not as disgusting city like Japan, you know. I think it'd be cool. Ooh. I'm trying to think. I also want to go to Germany. I was told not to go to Germany, and I was like, what? But I would like to go to Germany. That's where my brother was born. I would also love to go to the Philippines because I am Filipino. I have a lot of family in the Philippines. I've never been there before though. By whom? I have no idea. Just someone was like, "Yeah, no, don't go to Germany." I'm like, "Why?" I don't think there's I'm German. I am German, by the way. Not very much. I'm like 25% German, so. But I'm German, Italian, Filipino, and Spanish. I would like to go to all of them. I'd like to go to Germany. I'd like to go to Italy, although I was told that Italy does not like tourists for some reason. I would love to go to Spain, and I would love to go to the Philippines. Go to my places, you know? You got castles and stuff. I would love to see a German castle. That'd be so cool. What the heck? Oh gosh, they drove so fast by me. That was kind of scary, you know? What are those? Those look like Totoros. They are! They're Totoros! They're so cute! Oh my goodness! I love it! I love it! Sorry, I like squealed. It's not every day that I see Totoros just sitting around, you know? Not here in America, anyway. You're like a hop? Yeah, I am. That's because my dad is Italian and German, and my mom is Filipino and Spanish. DMs? Oh, it's hard to check my DMs. Hold on one sec. It's hard to check my DMs right now. I don't have my Discord open. Oh, it looks so cute! I'm so excited! Yippee! Oh! Alright. Oh, wait, I know that actress! Ads. Here we go. I'll cover up the ads. I say as the ads have just been covered. Why is this not working? Oh, I know why. Look, we're walking without even walking. That's insane. Where did I go? Oh. Oh goodness. Look, we're back in Japan, but I think we're done walking. We're just hanging out in Japan now. That took like a second. Toto, whoa! You love to build a castle? Imagine. Do you know the architecture they used? Oh, it's beautiful. That's the thing I really love about like old architecture, is just how gorgeous it is. Aw, Miso, thank you. Thank you. But alas, it is that time. I think I'm a little pooped from walking around. So we're gonna go send the love to someone though. Let's see. Man Bear, actually, because we're doing the charity stream, is anyone streaming right now that is part of the charity? Let me know. Or I guess I go to the Discord too. Aw, thank you for being here. Heck yeah. It's always the ads and never the subtracts. I have noticed this is a reoccurrence. I keep noticing. Xance is live? Then we'll go say hi to Xance. Here. Ah. He doesn't have his thing connected with his stuff? Here we go. Yes, Sony. Thank you. This is our springtime one. But we're gonna go say hi to another person who's doing the charity. So if you guys are interested in helping out with the charity, Xance is also raising money for the cystic fibrosis. There we go. I was able to figure it out. Again, we will be live. Not on my stream, but on Maestro's stream. I'll give him a small shout out. I know you all know him, but still. I'm gonna be over there tomorrow. And Saturday is the big day. We're doing a huge RPG stream in VR on Saturday. So I will not be streaming it, but we'll be over on Maestro's stream. He's streaming it. So I hope to see you guys there. I'm really excited for it. Yay! And I know Freud will be there too. I'm so excited! I'm so excited! Yippee! Sorry, I really like Freud's model. But thank you guys again for joining us. Thank you, thank you. I personally will be live on Sunday for gaming. So if you guys are over with the gaming channel, if you want to watch me play Persona 5 Royal, we'll be playing Persona on the gaming channel. But if you're here for the art, which completely makes sense, then we will be live again on Monday. Monday. I don't know entirely. Wait, no, we have something happening on Monday. What is happening on Monday? If anyone remembers, let me see if I can really quick go to my events. I don't know. I don't think it might be the walking stream. So expect walking, more walking on Monday. I'll see you guys then. Okay.
You